Welcome to Adobe Live. We're so excited to be here from Barcelona, Spain, joined here by Eloise, who's going to be sharing some tips and tricks in Illustrator. For those who I haven't met, I am Clara Galan. I work on the community team here at Adobe in Barcelona, and it's been a wild couple days getting prepped up for this conference. How has it been so far, Eloise?
It's been great. Lots of people, lots of creative energy, and it's really, really great. Really good to be here. Really proud of this moment too. A little bit stressed, but really proud of it.
Oh, it's going to go very smooth, as always. And it's great. There's people from all around the world here joining us at the OFFF Festival. So we have our community booth, and we'll be streaming here all day Thursday and Friday. So be sure to stay tuned on the Adobe Live YouTube and Creative Cloud YouTube. So let's go ahead and dive in. So Eloise, I know that you're going to be sharing some tips and tricks in Illustrator. Before we do that, can you share a little bit more about what you do for Adobe and your background?
So my name is Eloise. I'm a design evangelist and community advocate, so which means that I'm here to foster, help, inspire, and support the creative community. Before that, I was a graphic designer in freelance, and I was working with sustainable entrepreneur and was building their brand identity. And this is what my masterclass is based on, and all the tips and tricks that I created is that based on the fact that I needed to earn some time back, and to fasten my process to help them and earn more money at the end of the month because I was able to have one more client per month. So this is the foundation of all the tips and the tricks that I will be sharing, and how I use the full potential of Illustrator based on AI. And
Yeah, so it'll be really great to see how you can use generative AI to help your workflow and, as you mentioned, save time in Adobe Illustrator. And I know a couple people are just joining in the chat, so if you're joining on YouTube or on Behance, go ahead and post in the chat where you're joining us from. And if you have any questions throughout the stream, we're live, so we can go ahead and Eloise can answer them as the Illustrator expert. But I'll go ahead and look in the chat now. It looks like we have a couple people in here, and my colleague Tim, who's joining us from Munich. So Eloise, let's go ahead and get started.
Let's go and get started. So just to have a quick background of the client process that I created, this is all the steps that I was working with. So the project proposal, the creative process, those are documents that I send it to my clients to make them feel safe and have all the information that they can need for the process. Then the client portal and the strategy and art direction, which is what I will be talking about today, which is for me the main important parts. And I was always sending over 2 different art directions. Then I was working on the design, of course, and then the brand guidelines. The idea is that I don't want to receive questions that I already answered. I don't want to have lots of reviews on my work. So I'm creating mood boards for the art direction that are really, really close to what the client will receive at the end of the process. So this is, for example, the last mood board that I created. You can see all that. Oh, maybe. OK, that's great.
That's beautiful. I love the colors.
Thank
like
you
very
very
pastel,
much.
Very ready for spring.
So we have like a handwritten logo at the bottom left. We have some gradient, grainy, blurred vibe colors for the background, a beautiful color palette, really peaceful and colorful. We have some abstract icons and some beautiful text as well. And this is what I created, which is really, really close to what I proposed. And this is exactly what I will talk about here. So let's dig into, first of all, Adobe Colors. We are not talking so much about Adobe Colors, but the idea is, this is what I created based on AI. And first of all, I will just dig into to create the color palette. I will take this photo as an inspiration. So because I love the vibe, I love the mood, I love the colors, I will just take a simple screenshot of it here.
That's a very vibrant yellow. Yeah. Great inspiration.
Drag and drop it into Adobe Colors. It will generate automatically a color palette. But what I really like about this tool is that it's completely, it's like in your Creative Cloud, the word is Creative Cloud in your Creative Cloud.
In your account.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
exactly.
You can extract the gradient, of course. You can move around all the things. You have all the code that you can copy and paste over here. You can check the accessibility by moving and copy and paste all the code that you have for your colors. Here you can just drag and drop all the sliders that you have. You can change the mood of your color palette right over here. So lights, softer, darker, deeper, or you can just go as myself in the colorful mood. And here I will just change a bit and have something warmer, and I will put like something here. This is warmer, and instead of just doing a screenshot of the color palette or just copy and paste each code of the colors, I'm able to just save it in the library, which will be accessible from Express, Photoshop, Illustrator, and everything. Let's just call it colorful. Colorful palette.
And it's great how you can customize that color palette too. So it's just really easy to do.
The fact that the thing I didn't mention is why I'm doing this on Adobe Colors is because when you just import a photo directly on Illustrator and you just took your color picker, I'm sure everyone already has the case that you just pick like a bright blue sky, and when you click with your color picker, it's like a sad gray. Here, it will do an average color of the zone you're selecting, which is really great. So that's the
very accurate, bringing it from real life into the screen.
I will add it directly on my library, and I will be able to just hop. That's right over here. Let's go into Illustrator now, and just what's good with the library in Illustrator is that you can just click without the color picker or anything, and you can change the color. This is really good. I will just change that with the color palette I just created. I will just change it because this is a foundation. I don't want to steal this color palette from this one photo. The project is on Behance X because I need to mention the artist of it. I will just double it and then use the recoloration directly into Illustrator. I will go into Edit Colors and then Recoloration Generative. So here, most of the people have already heard about this. You can just enter a simple prompt like sunsets, maybe colorful sunsets.
And this is the new generative AI feature in Illustrator, so generative recolor. Curious if anyone who's tuning in has used it before. Feel free to share your experience in the chat.
Let's just let the AI works for me, and then it will generate me some colorful palettes. The thing that I really like about this feature is that, for example, I want a bright blue that I don't have in this color palette. I can just ask the AI, oh, I want this kind of blue in my color palette, right over here, just clicking on the plus. Of course, we can add the color that I have in my library, for example, or in my color swatches. But here, let's just go with the bright blue and just hit generate again and let the AI work for us, and it will generate some colorful sunset with the bright blue, which is really great. I just wanted to show that because everybody knows now the recolorative generation, but the color effect is really nice, I think, to just know. Here we have colorful sunset with the bright blue that I asked for. What I will do with this color palette, as I already have my foundation, I will just play with my wheel of color. I'm able to do different things with this. I can just play around with the wheel of color by just moving if my computer allows me to. Yeah, great. We can just move around, and it will keep the harmony I created with my foundation. Or I can just here change the light or the saturation of the color palette I created, right over here, the lights and then the saturation. I'm also able to just pick a theme of color with the photo or another color palette already created in the artwork. But what I will do right now is just, I can go, that's okay. I will just move this one to have something warmer. And I will just add something like less lights,
a little more subdued, a little like less bright.
Yeah, just play around and move around with this, and you will be able to create something really good. This is a great color palette. We have everything that we need. So this is how I mainly created the color palette that I like. Then we can jump into the pattern thing. The pattern, I will use the text to vector. I'm not sure if I was the kind of person who just tested it once, and I was
Yeah.
like, no, I will never use it again. And then I found something really useful about it. It's
Yeah.
like for the creative direction, instead of just creating full assets, because I want to be as close as possible as what the client will receive. I just want to show something which is like readable and it's beautiful, but not as finished to gain, like save some time for me.
Right,
You know what I
exactly.
mean?
It's more of the concept. And I know there's
Exactly.
been some feedback from illustrators in the community that this, text to vector doesn't necessarily mean it's your final product. You still want to include your creativity and your whole process. And so sometimes it's nice for an inspiration or just sharing concepts with your clients.
Exactly. So this is, the fact is, for the brand that I will create, the creative direction, this is a brand, a sneakers brand. So
I
will
love it.
go.
It's so cool. And I love the
Thank you
green.
very
It's just like really popping.
Thank you very much. I will just create some different assets. Of course, it will be something that I will recreate after when the client will approve the concept of it. That the concept is a great word that I forgot about.
Yes.
So let's just draw a simple square shape, and we'll go into the text vector feature, which is here. I will enter just barbed wire, because this is the theme, barbed wire, and let's see what it can generate. You can change the parameters of it and ask for something more complex, something with less anchor points, so minimalism. We can change here, I will ask for an icon. Here, perfect. And then I can also pick a style. So it could be the artwork you're currently working on, or it could be maybe something that you have on a specific artwork. Here I will just go with the current artwork, and let's just generate. You can see here that is my document. I generated several different prompts, which was always barbed wire, and it will select something. Of course, not everything is not good to have, but you can find some inspiration over here. You feel me? Like really, there is some good thing. And for example, the one that I chose for the icon, where is it? On the subject, maybe. This is the one that I chose so barbelé is barbed wire in French. I will just, of course, it is completely vector. I will just degroup, dissociate everything, delete the gray parts that I don't want to, and I will clean the upper parts and the bottom part that I don't want. So let's just delete, dissociate first, then delete. I will clean everything that I don't want over here.
And that's great because you use that text to vector as a base.
Exactly.
And then you're able to customize it exactly based on your design. So as you're doing that too, I'm looking in the chat. We have a couple of people joining in from Somerset. Welcome. Alexandru, and then Luke joining from Ukraine, and Raphael from Paris. So we're excited if you're just tuning in to bring you off from Barcelona live, where we'll have all of the different speakers, masterclass guests coming in to show you a sneak peek of what they are working on.
So as I was saying, I'm just cleaning everything up, roughly, because I don't need to have something final. This is only the concept that I want to present to my client. And the thing that I will do with this is just change the color at first. Perfect, in black, this is good. Here, I don't want this. With my pen tool, I can just delete it. Perfect. And I will just go here on the outline, and I will add this new shape as an outline. So I will hit pattern, and then OK. And now I will be able to just do something really nice, which is, let's just, don't want to work with me, perfect.
It's the joy of live, right?
Of course. And I can just go around in my outline library, and this is applicable, and you can change, it's completely editable right over here with the size of the outline.
Yeah, the thickness of the lines,
Exactly.
everything.
Right.
It's
Really
a great base. Yeah.
What we can do also, as this is like a shoe brand, I will create, like, you know, when in a shoe box you have like the little paper around the shoe. What I will create is a pattern out of the text to vector feature. I will draw a simple square again. Perfect. I will go directly here, and I will select pattern right over here, and then I just create, the prompt is only barbed wire, and it generates. Of course, we have the same priority that we had earlier, so we can just select a specific style or anything. The one that I chose was this one for this brand. But what I want to show you is something that I really discovered maybe 2 days ago.
Tell me more.
Like rehearsing about rehearsing the masterclass, I discovered it.
Yeah.
I was not alone, and I was like, oh,
This is
sick. That's really sick, and I loved it.
Those are the types of features we want to hear that way.
So let's just the prompt is scratch silhouette of barbed wire, and I'm able now to just select a color palette. So black and white, colorful, warmer, colder, and you're able to just do that. So let's go with colorful vibe. We can limit the number of colors that we want in your pattern. So here, for the brand color, I have 5 different. I will just limit it to 5, and I will add the color palette of the brand. And this is really nice because it allows you to have less work and to earn a little bit more time to just create your pattern and then go inside it and then change the color. You can do that, but this is only the concept that you will present to your clients. So you don't need to be absolutely perfect, just as close as possible. Let's just add the 5 color, perfect, and then just hit generate. Of course, sometimes the results are not as good, sometimes they're bad, sometimes they're workable.
Yeah, and that's what's great is you can generate multiple times.
Exactly.
So if you see a couple different options, then it's great to use that Gen AI feature for that.
You can see that it's working.
Yeah. And as that's loading, how would you say in general, Eloise, that Gen AI has helped your workflow?
Fasten the process. Honestly, this is really to fasten the process. So we have different. Sorry, I will just shoot that around.
I love the colors.
The colors are really
very
good.
cool. And it matches well with your brand. Yeah,
exactly. Really quick, you can of course, this is directly, so here we have the little window telling me, oh, this is adding, this is added to your color swatches. So you're able to just maybe just go around, where is it? Color, no, up. Fenêtre, nuancier. Here you will have your pattern.
Oh,
fully
beautiful.
editable, of course. Nice.
Everything, even so, just the lines, the thickness of the lines, the color scheme, everything has been so
easy
to bring in.
Easy to bring in.
Yeah.
Honestly, to answer your question on the Gen AI, I think the tool that I use the most is Retype, of course. I will
Generative
go around
Retype.
just after. And Firefly, mostly with the last update that we had last week, which I found out really helpful for this process specifically. I don't know if you want me to go around Firefly because this is an Illustrator tips and tricks, but maybe I can go to Retype first.
Perfect. Let's do Retype. And we also have a Firefly session coming up tomorrow too, but if we get a little sneak peek of that, I think that's okay too.
Really quick. So for the text, of course, maybe everyone have already heard about that. You're now able to find a color palette. So this is a text that I found, a font that I found on Behance. I will just go over to text, then retype, and then match fonts. It will find me different fonts that I'm able to use. With the little clock that I have right over here, I can just click, and it will be added to my Creative Cloud. I will just here just change the text. For example, I will just hit edit the text, select the font. Of course, it doesn't work. Why? I don't know. I'm not able to apply. That's okay. Let's just try that again. No, he doesn't want to?
See, we'll do that update.
I have to read it, of course. So my Illustrator is in French, and I wanted to just put it in English for today, and of course it doesn't install everything.
French.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, as you're doing that, I'm looking in here too. We have some more people joining in. So if you have any questions for Eloise or about Gen AI in Illustrator, go ahead and post those in the chat. But we have from Poland, Natalia, welcome. Thanks for joining us. And some more folks from Paris. And I wish I could respond to that chat in French. I might need your help, Eloise.
There is something in French? Toujours les mêmes ici. Raphaël Sergent. Hello, Raphaël. He just said this is every time the same person in the chat.
Oh, nice.
So now that this is installed, I can just hit apply, and I will be able to edit my text, even if it's like a JPEG, because this is only a screenshot that I took, and I will just translate it in French fondamental with a great French accent. Here, for example, I'm sure everyone already did this mistake. Vectorize your text and don't remember the font that you used. Here, there is a spelling. In sneakers, there is no C. I will just, for example, oh, the bar is really nice too. I didn't talk about that in this masterclass. Maybe I should. I will just hit the find the fonts. It will generate here all the fonts that should be a match.
Okay.
Here, this is CC. Meanwhile, this is already installed. I will be able to just modify the text and then click apply and quit. And now I'm able to just delete the spell.
Ah, so easy. And so easy to select that font, too. That really aligns nicely with the brand.
Yeah, really, really nice. The last feature that I use directly on Illustrator with Gen AI is, where are my artwork? They are right over here. Perfect. Is the mockup.
Okay.
Because I love to showcase the brand on the mockup. This is really important to help the client just envision really what his brand will look like. But sometimes I love to do that with the final results, because it took so much. It's such a it's ask a lot of energy to just do that and find the perfect mockup with the great color, with the great angle and everything.
Yeah.
I will just here took my little design right over here, and I will go in mockup and just hit mockup, and we will have a library of different mockup that you will be able to choose. So we have clothes, we have graphics and branding with some tote bags and some business cards and everything. We have devices, and we have the packaging. So at first, we will just go with graphics, and we'll just add this mockup with a card.
Let's see how it comes out. And it's so great within these mock-ups to just bring it to life directly in Illustrator.
Just remember that this is only a creative direction. This is not the final mock-up that the client will receive with this brand guideline and everything. You're able to just change around the size, of course, the angle. You can move it around, and it adapts to the mock-up really quickly. This is really nice and a real time saver. The second thing is that here, this is a shoe brand, so I will just select this graphic, and I will go around in packaging and find the box. I will hit mockup again, so it will select the graphic that I have, and then hit here, and it will generate the mockup with this graphic. Of course, this is not the final results. We are able to just select the graphic again, to resize it, and you will see with the perspective that it will apply to the side of the box, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, I like how you can see all the different angles on how it can fit in the box, and it makes it so easy then to bring it directly to the client.
And then you have several like AI-based graphics over there. Yeah, this is a lot of work, but really, it fastens so much the creative process, and it really helps the client to just like envision really what he's paying for, because this is a huge amount of money.
Of course.
And you need to know what you're paying for, and it will help the client to just not ask, oh, I'm not sure if will I receive this or this. There is so much like advantage to this process that I really enjoy, and all the people that I teach this process, everybody told me that that is a great process, that it's really working. Just be as close as possible with your creative direction, instead of just taking a pattern that look alike and just vectorize it and change the color. You can just really create something that fits the client.
And unique to yours. And I think, and again, for those who are just joining on YouTube and Behance, we're looking at some of the generative AI features within Illustrator with Eloise, walking through these tips and tricks. And so I know there's been a lot of discussion, again, in the creative community about generative AI, especially for illustrators, and this text-to-vector feature in Illustrator. But again, how do you, it really saves time, right? So again, what Eloise just demonstrated to us is that it's not just going straight for that generation. It's more of you can really customize it and have it save time.
Of course. For example, the thing that I really enjoy with a brand design is really the brand assets. So not only the logo, the text, and the colors, but really what will go, like from a marketing point of view or a sales point of view. Here, this is a shoe brand. Sorry. I will create some assets like some stickers, just to make the client understand that this is really important to have different assets, what it could be, and how it can fit his brand. For example, here with the text to vector, of course, this is fully vector. I just go to the subjects. I will match the current artwork, and will just, I need my square up. On the subject, I can just like generate shoe. And source de référence, ressource de référence is reference, the reference that you need. You can select an illustration or your color picker. I will select this one, and we'll just hit shoes and generate.
Bringing in that vibrant green again into our new generation.
The subjects part right over here, which is not pattern and icon, we've seen the icon and the pattern. Here the subject is more illustration. Of course, it's fully vector. And you can just hit here, and right over here, it's fully vector. And the thing that I did for this is, right over here, the prompt was chaussure, which is shoe in French.
Yeah, that it gives you multiple
and
options.
I did a mistake, and I don't know why it didn't, of course, match my artwork. But here are the proposition he made me with the first prompt that I had. And the thing that I want to showcase, this is not AI based, but this is this is a tool that I feel that nobody knows about. This is like the symbol sprayer.
Okay.
The symbol sprayer is not AI based, but it's really, really helpful. You can just select your design. So here there is the sneaker stickers that I created. I will just go into window and then symbol. Where is it? Symbol, symbol, symbol. Here. I will just click on add here with the plus, click on OK. And then with my spray here, I will just be able to had a lot of
gives us so many stickers to work with already, virtual and
I love
ready
this.
for print.
Really something
very
you
cool.
Can do. Yeah, really, really cool.
Really cool to have that pattern too. I love it.
Once it's done, you're able to change the color, to change the space between the different symbols.
Makes it so
you're able
easy.
to rotate it. You're able to recolor it. This is really, really easy and helpful. You, of course, able to just change here the rotation. If you want them to all be in the same direction, you can just go here.
Wow.
And it will not change. You can change the intensity. You can change a lot of things. Everything is like completely editable, and I really, really enjoy that.
I love it. It could be a really cool background too. You could easily create wallpaper, create a print. So I know we're almost at time. Eloise, any final words for those who maybe are using some of the generative AI features in Illustrator for the first time before we log off?
Just tried it one more time with a specific project, and just not like as I did before, tried it once and never opened it again, which was my mistake at first. And now, really, I enjoyed it. Especially, I think that my favorite one is the, I don't know. The recolorative, maybe. Recoloration, I guess.
Generative recolor.
Yeah.
It's always
For
nice
the text
to
to
see
vector,
that.
just try it again, really. One advice, try it again.
Nice. Well, thank you, Eloise, so much for joining us today. I know you have a master class. It's later today.
Tomorrow.
Or tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow morning.
Here at the OFF Festival. So if you are here in person, be sure to check that out. And for those who are watching on Adobe Live or Creative Cloud YouTube or Behance, stay tuned. Up next, we have Lucy Street, who's going to be sharing some tips and tricks in Adobe Express. So we'll be right back. Welcome back to Adobe Live. We're so excited to be joining you here from sunny Barcelona, live from the OFF Festival. I'm Clara Galan. I work on the community team here at Adobe in Barcelona, and I'm joined here today by Lucy Street. Lucy, how's it going today?
Good, thank you. Good. It's good to see everyone here. It's so busy, so it's great atmosphere. I love it.
It's such a good conference, right? And people from all over the world that are joining us here live and then also at the conference. How has it been so far in Barcelona?
It's really good. I feel like it's come so quickly. I feel like it's been, so long, or we've got off, and then suddenly we're here.
I know, it happens so fast.
Yeah, it's happened so fast. But yeah, it's great. I'm really excited. I think it's going to be an amazing week.
It's going to be a great week.
Yeah.
And Lucy, tell us a little bit more about your role at Adobe and your background.
So I joined Adobe in December, so I'm the Adobe Express evangelist. I'm based in Cardiff. Before joining Adobe, I spent the last 4 years building my branding and website design studio, alongside posting on social media and growing my community over there. So yeah, it's been great.
And I love following your social media accounts, your Instagram channel, which we can bring up here at the end, so you can be sure to follow all of Lucy's great work. But if you are just joining in from Adobe Live or Creative Cloud YouTube or on Behance, we have the chat here open, so we can answer any questions you have. I'm going to pop over to the chat here right now. I see some folks joining in from the UK, from Paris. Also, I saw some folks joining in from Poland. So again, if you have any questions, we are live here from the OFF Festival in Barcelona, and we would love to connect with you and make sure we're answering any questions you have for Lucy. So with that, Lucy, let's go ahead and dive in. I know we're going to be covering some of Adobe Express. And just curious, I know there's a lot of creative professionals here at OFF this week. How can a creative professional use Express in particular?
Well, this is something that I'm going to show you now. One of my favorite things about Express is that if you're new to design, it's really intuitive, it's really easy to get started, but at the same time, if you are, a creative professional, you can also use it with the other apps as well. So I love to drop in my Photoshop files, my Illustrator files. One workflow I love is when I'm working on a brand project, I'm making a mock-up, so I'm working in Photoshop, and then if I want to post it to my social media, all I can do is just drop that file into Express, and it will come. Well, I can show you now.
It's so nice how Creative Cloud all works together. So even if you're used to using Photoshop or other tools, it aligns really nicely with Adobe Express.
Yep. So if I can share my screen. So this is our Adobe Express homepage. So along the top, we have our different presets, so you can get straight into creating, whether it's social media, video content, photo, documents, marketing, really anything you want is all there.
So many templates. It's like the options are endless.
And one thing I love is that we have our sizing there for you. So I don't know about you, the amount of times I've had to go back and forth to Google to even just sizing for a landscape Instagram post, and it's too many times. I'm a designer, I should know these things, but anyway. But I love that the sizing is just there, so you can just jump straight in and pick whatever you want and get started. So and then we also have our generative AI features here, which are all powered by Adobe Firefly. So they're a great addition to Express. You can just jump in. I know being a business owner, sometimes having a brand photo shoot is not always top of the list. It can be expensive. It's maybe, something that you get to later on. So I love to use the generative AI to just generate my brand images, whether it's, food or a scene or anything, it's great. So to have those there. Also generative fill, we can add and remove anything. So any pesky people you want to take out, I'll probably
removing them from that image. Any folks in the background take pictures.
That's what I'll be doing straight after I come back from here, is uploading all of my photos and just removing all the people. So we also have our quick actions, and if we view all, I can find animate to audio. So this is great. So basically what you can do is record your audio and then pick a character, whatever it is, a background and sizing, and basically it will match your audio to the character that you pick.
Wow,
And
incredible.
speaking, I'm like thinking like, when can I use this? Like, am I going to create like a series? Maybe I'll create an Instagram series or something. But even
good.
speaking to someone, they said they like to use it to even entertain their kids. So like in the summer holidays, you can just do that.
I love this, and I love they're pre-created, so you can choose exactly which ones you want. And I've seen this, like you mentioned, in maybe like a short reel. You could use it for social channels, or other options.
Yeah. So then along the left-hand side, then we have your stuff, which is obviously your stuff. So this is where all of your files live. We have brands. So if you're a business owner and you're not, with design, so you can just upload your brand elements that from your designer. And then, so this is so today we're a bagel business. So this is our bagel brand. So we have our logos, colors, fonts, and assets. But also, as we're saying, it's part of the Adobe ecosystem. So we have your stuff, we have your libraries, which if we head over to Illustrator, we see we can have it here, and then it is the same then over in Express, which is great. So anything you update, you can, if you make a change in Photoshop, it'll show up in Illustrator, but also Express, and you can add anything from Express, and then it'll show up in Illustrator and Photoshop as well.
Yeah, and there's some people who are joining who maybe don't have a Creative Cloud account. How can you still access Adobe Express even if you don't have a paid account?
Yep, so there is a free version where you have access to all of the features. One of my favorites is the scheduler. So I don't know about you guys, but being a business owner, a creative and a business owner, you're often spread quite thin. You're a designer, you're working with clients, you're creating content. There's so many things to do. So I love the scheduler. So I can have it in one workflow. I can create my posts and just schedule it straight away into Express, and then that's just one thing that's taken care of for me. Wow. And this is completely free for everyone, and you can add multiple accounts. So that is hands down my favorite Express feature for sure.
And it's across all social media accounts. So that's great.
So I like Pinterest and Instagram, but you've got your TikTok, X or Twitter. Upload as many as you want, so it's brilliant. So,
great. And when you create something in Express, then you can immediately schedule it directly, right? So it's not like you have to be switching out of different, swapping out of different programs.
Yeah. So it's all there, and that's really helped me, because sometimes I'd create a post and then just completely forget to post it, and then it just lives in my folder for too long until I come across it. I'm like, oh yeah, I never posted that.
There it is, ready to go.
So what we can do is I'm going to drag in our Illustrator file straight into Express. So it's literally drag and drop. So it's working now to convert that over to an Express file. So if we go in here, we can see that this is our little illustration. So we're a bagel business, as I said. So we have this illustration, and now what we want to do is post this to social media. So we want to jazz it up a little bit, add a little bit of text, and then schedule it out. So you can see all the layers work like that. So now it's ready. So we just click open. And ta-da!
Oh, wow, that's amazing that you can bring it in directly. And then, curious to see this even more customization, how you can put that in there.
So this is our illustration here. We just hit ungroup, and you can see we have all of our layers. They're exactly the same from Illustrator. We can move them around however we want, and it's really great. So if we head over to the left-hand side, you'll see your stuff. If we go to brands and libraries, and if we go to the Bagel Brunch Club, so this is our library, which is exactly the same library as we have in Illustrator and Photoshop, and it's there in Express for us. So this is really handy for just grabbing your assets whenever you need them. So I don't know about you, but if I've had my brand, and then you have your brand sheet, and then you're constantly going back and forth trying to remember the hex codes for your colors. I can never remember the hex codes. So having everything here to just click in is just so easy. So we can go to background color.
Nice.
And then these are our colors here. We can also use the dropper, so we can use it on our page, but we can also drag across our screen, anywhere on our screen, to drag a color. So if we sample this one.
Oh, it makes it so easy too, it being web-based.
Yep, yep.
Because I know sometimes you might be on the go, and if you have your iPad or your phone, just being able, like, I love how the layers are so easily discoverable there.
It's brilliant. And then, so we've just sampled this color for our background, but if we click this plus here, it will add it to our library. And then, if we head over to Illustrator, it's then added it, see, to our Illustrator file. So any tweaks you make anywhere, including Express, I just love, because sometimes, you know, you want to add a color. So it's great that it can do that, and then it'll be transferred then to Illustrator and Photoshop files.
Oh, so great.
So it's great. So then along the left-hand side here, I think we need to add a little bit of text to this. So we just click add your text. There's also templates. If you're not a designer, sometimes typography, it can be difficult to find the right matches. It's hard to pair them. Even sizing, color, it can be confusing. So that's where these, all these different presets are great. Or even if you're just looking for some inspiration, you can just pick them and see where that takes you. But we've added our text here.
That looks so. And as you're doing that, Lucy, too, I'm popping over to the chat here, so I know there's a lot of people joining in from all over the world. In particular, I see Craig. Hi, Craig. Craig is based in Australia, and he asks if you can import 3D assets into Adobe Express. And I see there is a comment here. Yes, you can. So just re-clarifying that you can bring in 3D assets into Adobe Express.
Yeah, it's amazing. So we have our text here. Of course, we have all the usual settings. If you're used to Illustrator and Photoshop, it's all similar settings, even the shortcuts. So to duplicate that, I just held down Alt and it works the same. So that's great. So if we head over to fonts, we'll see we have access here to all of our Adobe fonts. So there's loads of them, and honestly, I'm a sucker for a good font, so I will spend ages and ages just searching through, so I'm such a time waster in that sense. But here, again, we have our brand, so we can just click straight in to select our brand fonts, so that's what I need. It's like blinkers, so I can't be distracted by the other fonts, and then you get like partway through a design project, and you're like, oh, I must rebrand immediately when you find like a new font or a new color. Me anyway. So then we just resize it. We can click the corners, or you can also just change the font size here. And then again, into fill, we have our colors. So let's select this blue.
It's amazing how quickly it's coming together, too. This is in the matter of a few minutes to be able to create this in Adobe Express.
So now I think we want to add a bit of movement to this. So what we can do is if we select our layers that I've transported over from Illustrator, we can then, over on the left-hand side, we have animation. So this is where we can add animations to any of our elements, all of our elements, whatever you want, really. So we can do in, looping, or out. I think we'll do looping for this one. I want to make the clouds, let's give it a bit of movement. I want to make the clouds do something. So what would the clouds do?
Maybe they're like shifting. Dancing a little bit.
Bob. Oh, maybe Bob.
Oh, I like the
Bob.
The Bob is always a fun one. And as you're doing that too, there's more people joining in. I see Trisha joining in from the Philippines. Nice to see you, Trisha. She just asked an update. We are working on Adobe Express, so bringing in assets from Illustrator into Express and how easy it makes that workflow.
So along the left-hand side, then, we can change the speed and the intensity. So we can have a really rocking clouds. Or we can just...
Those are party clouds.
Yeah.
Very Barcelona themed.
So we can change the speed. So if we calm it down a little bit more, then we can do that the same.
Oh, nice. So you can speed up the
Yeah, we can change all the presets. And then these are just amazing because I'm not one for After Effects or anything like that. So to be able to add these animations just so quickly, like, that took 2 seconds to just do. You can play around with all the different ones, but it's so easy just to get such a cool effect. And especially on social media, part of the struggle is capturing the attention of the people. You have about 3 seconds to grab their attention, or they're gone, and they're gone forever. Exactly. So to be able to just do these little bits to just add a bit of fun and make people stop the scroll, I think is really great. And we can add these.
Oh, and you can animate there the sun. I think even especially as you mentioned, Lucy, it's difficult even as business owners or as marketers to make sure we're capturing our audience's attention as they're scrolling through. So even
Yep.
if it, instead of that stagnant image, creating that animation really, really helps.
Yep, for sure. And then we can also, the shapes that we have, we've created obviously this shape in Illustrator. Now clicking on it in Express, we can change the border, we can change the border thickness. If I just delete this layer.
We're getting a bit of an eclipse.
We can, yeah, we can do whatever you want, you know, so these shapes are completely editable, and also it's brilliant if you're working with a designer, they can create your Illustrator file, drop it into Express then, so then with your team, you can have, you know, your designer will create that, you can have marketing come in, add the text super easily, you know, they have access to everything, and you can make sure everyone's on brand, because that's one thing I see as a designer, is when you spend ages creating this brand, and then only for the client to go off and use like a different color or a different font, and you're like, why?
Like, this was not my original intention. And I can say I really appreciate this as a marketer myself, making sure that there's certain layers that are locked within the template too, so that there's maybe if I'm moving around some text or just very basic, but very much staying true to the initial design.
Yeah, for sure. So there we can bob this one up and down as well. The sun, make it pop. Cute. So I think we're ready to schedule this now.
Perfect.
So again, we can lock different elements. If you are going to share it with your team, we can lock different elements. That means nobody can come in, pester with your design.
Marketers can't mess it up at all.
Yeah, the designers can be safe knowing that their design won't be touched by any marketing teams or any boring people like that. Not boring, sorry. So we can share. So this is where we can save it as a template, either to our brand kit. So that's super easy. If you're working with a team, they can just go in, you know, launching next Friday. If something catastrophic happens, you can just go in, change, you know, the Friday after or whenever it is. Publish to web, but today we're going to schedule the post. So it will open up this little box for us. So this is where we can select our Instagram, X, Pinterest, or even TikTok. Today I'm going to do Instagram. Is it going to load? That is the question. It's always fun on live, isn't it, having things loaded?
I know, this is the joy of live.
Please load.
And as we're waiting, we'll go back to the chat. We have a couple questions here. So some excitement of how to use it for holidays, like springtime or Easter, to make some specific images. And then we have another question about collaborations. So I do know there is the possibility, Lucy, to collaborate with colleagues on a specific design in Adobe Express. Maybe after you schedule that, we can show that.
Yep, for sure. So we've got our caption here, we can add any emojis, whatever we want. So we can either publish now or we can also schedule. So I feel like with social media, there's two camps. You have the camp that just create the posts and post right then and there, or you have the super organized people who will like schedule like weeks in advance. And like, I like to try and be that person, but like realistically, I never can be.
We all aspire to be.
Yeah, I am maybe for like 2 weeks, and then something else will come up, and I'm like, oh, out the window. So we can click our date. You can select a time. I know I'm quite particular with the time. I like to post at 2 p.m. I don't know. I feel like some people, some people have a strict time to post. Some people are just post whenever and whenever. But we can just schedule that.
Yeah. It's great for different time zones too, because I know even from our own social media accounts at Adobe, we have people from all over the world. So maybe you don't want to be awake at 3 o'clock in the morning posting to social.
Nope.
So this really helps being able to reach more international audiences.
Yeah, I know my fellow evangelist, Clady, she, with her analytics, her audience kind of peaks at 3 a.m., I think it is. So obviously she doesn't want to be like setting her alarm at 3 a.m. to post. So she'll schedule her post and it'll just go out. And then when she wakes up, she can, you know, it's just done for her. But then she's still reaching that audience, which is great.
Exactly.
So we have our calendar here. These are all of the posts I have scheduled because I'm super organized, as I just said. But what you can do then is we can move them around if anything changes, if our launch date changes. It's so easy just to bump these around wherever you need to. You can also click in and then change the caption or make any changes that we need. So it's great.
Really easy.
This is my lifesaver, honestly. I can never find the time for social media, but this is so helpful. And it's free, which is just brilliant.
Absolutely. And I know we have a couple minutes left. So I know there was a question about collaborations, like how to collaborate on a project. And then maybe if we have some time to show some of the new generative AI that's available in Adobe Express too.
So if we wanted to share this with anyone, you can literally just pop in their email here and send it over, and then they'll just be added straight to the document, which is so easy. And then you'll be able to see up on the top here exactly who is in the document. And then, as I said, you can lock different elements, so you can have different teams come in, do what they need to do without disrupting too much of it. But we can, if you want to add a new page, we just go to add. You can do same size, custom size, or duplicate. So if we just do same size, and then over on the left-hand side, we have our media. So this is where we have access to the hundreds and thousands of Adobe stock photos, videos, and audio. I love the little country songs here. That's what I use on some of them. They're amazing.
Those are so fun.
So we can also upload our media from our device, or we can also do text to image, where we can do square, landscape, or portrait. If we do portrait now, if we just make this a bit bigger. So we can type in any prompt, and you can, depending on what you want, you can be as vague or as detailed as you want. I don't think there's a right or a wrong way when it comes to prompting. I know that it's helpful if you start with your subject and then add wider detail as you go. Seeing as we're doing bagels, if we do filled bagel on a pink.
And any tips for prompts? Because I know that's one of the big pieces of generative AI as you're creating a text to image. Sometimes the more specific you are, the better with the prompt. But any like order you should put it in when you're typing that?
So if you kind of work inside out, so if you start with a subject, so a filled bagel, a filled bagel on a pink background, and then if I was to elaborate more, I could be, with a sunny sky, with the sun in the background, with clouds, with a rainstorm, whatever you want. But I think with prompting, it is a bit of trial and error. Sometimes you just need to just sit down and just enjoy it. Like, I know when I can go down, again, such a rabbit hole with my prompting, you start doing something, and then I'm like, oh. And then we have content types. You can generate photo, graphic, or art. So if we go to photo, we then have different effects. And now this is where I can just get lost. And there's a running joke with everyone that I generate everything out of yarn. And I do, because it's just so cool.
I know, it's so cool to see. It just looks so different than a lot of generations.
So we can do painting, splattering, all of these different effects, really. There's just so much you can do with it. So if we just hit generate and let it see what it comes up with.
And how many results does it give you with each generation?
So we'll have 4 here, and then you can also load more, or maybe, so there we go. And it's just done. So this is super helpful, again, like if you're a business and you can't afford, or you're not at the stage to invest in a brand photo shoot, you can just, generate all these images, and it's just, they're pretty sick. Is that not great?
Yeah.
In just a few minutes.
I know, I'm hungry.
I know, I'm ready for lunch now. But, you can do all of these things.
And then there's some questions too in the chat around copyright. So are you able to use these images, although they're created with generative AI, for commercial use?
Yep, so that's the brilliant thing about Adobe, that everything is 100% ethically sourced. So you can use this guilt-free. It's all based, so they sample the Adobe stock files, so everything is 100% free to use for commercial use. You can really have peace of mind that you can use this, wherever you want, and that it's been, the artists in places have been compensated. So yeah. we're not just picking random things from the internet. It's all ethically sourced, which is great. So we have our image here. So we can go back in, then we can erase elements, or we can also remove background, or we can fill. So this is where we have our brush size here, and we can just paint in, what should we add in? Do we have anyone from the chat?
Yeah, anyone from the chat, or even in the audience, if you have something that you
what should
we
we
should
add
add
in here?
Lots of cheese. All right.
A block of cheese.
Sounds,
did
you're
you see
just
it?
making me so hungry for lunch.
A block of cheese. Oh God.
Let's see what happens.
So it's working, and I love the effect of this. It just makes
I
me
know,
happy.
as we're waiting all the different options.
They've jazzed this up.
Oh, I think,
okay.
oh, there we go.
Oh, no.
We get another
So again, we have our options.
cheese.
So we have then a block of cheese randomly floating in the air. I'm not sure why you'd ever need that, but
And I'm sure if we have, specific, the more details, the type of cheese, the color of the cheese, the texture,
you can
really helps there.
Yeah, that's why it's so great. You can be as detailed or not as you want, or you can even, if you're not sure where to start, you can literally type in a block of cheese, and then you might think, oh, that's not the cheese I want something else, or like, oh, actually it needs to sit on a plate. So you could type in a block of cheese on a plate, and then on a table, you can,
all those pieces.
you don't need to get it right first time. It's, it's okay, and you can, add things, whatever you want. So, yeah.
Well, Lucy, I know we have about 30 seconds left. Any final words of advice for creatives who are using Express for the first time, or maybe are trying out some of these generative AI features?
I think really see Express as just a way to simplify your workflow. Like, you don't always need to make things difficult. If you can just, like, as I just did, drop in your Illustrator file, just add any tweaks. I know we've got mobile coming very soon. It's available for beta, but we've got the grand launch coming very soon. So you can, create these, drop your files into Express, and then while you're on the go, you can post it, you can add whatever you want. So really think of it as just a tool to help speed up or influence your workflow. And it's amazing.
It is really amazing to see what it can create.
Yeah.
And thank you so much, Lucy, for joining us today on
Thank
Adobe
you.
Live. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time in Barcelona. And for those who are here, if you have questions for Lucy after, she'll be around for a few minutes.
Yes,
Thanks,
thank
everyone,
you.
and make sure to stay tuned in. Up next is Tina Touli, live from OFFF in Barcelona. So we'll be right back. Welcome back to Adobe Live. We are joining you here from sunny Barcelona as we're covering 2 days of the conference with all of our great speakers joining us, just like Tina Touli.
Hello, everyone.
Tina, thank you so much for joining us today.
Pleasure. Thank you very much for having me here. Yeah, super excited to be once again at OFF with all these amazing talks and things going on. And yeah, can't wait to check everything out.
We're really excited to be here, and it's great to see creatives like yourself from all over the world sharing some of the work that they have. And if you're just tuning in, so we're here live from OFF at the conference center. But if you're just tuning in from Adobe Live YouTube, Creative Cloud YouTube, or Behance, we have the chat open here so we can answer any questions that you have as Tina showcases some of her work. But I am Clara Galan. I work on the community team here in Barcelona as part of Adobe. And today we're going to be sharing some of Tina's portfolio and the exciting projects she's working on. So Tina, before we dive in, can you tell me a little bit more about yourself, your background, and where you're based?
Yeah, of course. Let me quickly introduce myself. So I'm Tina Touli, and I'm a London-based creative director and graphic communication designer. I also teach a short course at the University of the Arts London, and I work in a kind of like a range of design fields, both like print design and digital design, all the way like from branding, typography, illustration, motion, 3D. So quite a range, and of course like experimenting. So my work is quite known for this kind of blend between physical and digital, so trying like different mediums, different techniques, experimenting with messy materials.
Yeah, well, we're excited to see some of those. I know you have your portfolio pulled up. But before we dive into that, I'm just going to look at some of the chat. So we have, again, people joining in from all over the world. So we have Robert joining in from Sweden. Thank you so much for joining us. From India as well, and then also from Paris. So thank you again. And if you have questions for Tina, we'll go ahead and answer those live. So Tina, let's go ahead and dive into your portfolio and some of the work that you've been doing.
Sure. So yeah, a couple of like new exciting things coming up as well. But yeah, I picked up like a couple of little projects that I just finished kind of, or some of them still in progress, and I wanted to share with you. So yeah, generally an overall idea, so you can also have a look through my website so you can get a better understanding for those of you who haven't seen my work before. So mostly playing with quite a lot of typography, colors, shapes, always like experimenting, trying every time, like something different, something new in every kind of like single project. So yeah, kind of like a range. One of the projects that I worked on, it's been already a year, I think, or something, is it? It was the Tokame Titles, so a festival. I'm gonna just mute it and let it play in the meantime. A festival in Munich where I've been invited to create the titles for the festival, and along with Pia Schreiber, an amazing like textile designer, we developed this whole collection of like different material explorations, exploring the contrast between touching and not touching. So the name of the festival itself is Tokame, which means touch me. So that's where all the inspiration came from, and then we started like collecting different materials that we thought like they could nicely communicate this kind of like message, and seeing like how we could bring in also the typography to communicate the message. So touch me and don't touch me correspondingly. And it was like an amazing like 5 days, I think, of like filming materials like non-stop from day to night. But it was such a nice kind of like messy process as well at the same time, like trying like different things that we had no idea, we never explored before, like playing around from like fire, as you can see on this like little part, to like liquids, gels, and even like sand and so on. So any kind of material that would come to our mind. So yeah,
cool.
Just playing around. And yeah, having that in mind as well, I'm super excited. Like tomorrow, I'm having like a workshop along with Tiago Maya from Cookie Studio, and we are going to be playing around with liquids and materials. So it's going to be a very, very fun hands-on workshop. So it's going to be starting with kinetic typography, and then bringing in like gels and water and different liquids, and exploring like the possibilities of blending like digital and physical. So it's going to be quite a fun one. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, that will be really cool to have that live in a workshop. Like I don't think I've seen that, as much before. Usually it's very digital, but I love how you bring that both. And I remember when I had met you at a conference, I think it was in London a couple of years ago, that you were working on that. And
Yes.
I could see all behind the scenes, all the different things that you were testing with. So it was really cool to see.
Yeah, I'm always like super excited to try things by hand, and this is like a new workshop as well. So it was a fun kind of process to figure out like different techniques for ourselves, but also like how we could help the community, how we could push, how we could show like perhaps new explorations that they will inspire more people to play around and find like their own kind of like creative voice, their own like path, their own kind of like very special experimentations, I would say. So yeah, it's definitely like an exciting like workshop.
Well, be sure if you're at OFF, be sure to check that out. And again, what time is it tomorrow?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Oh.
I think
We'll look on the schedule.
I think 10:30, but
In the
yeah,
morning.
don't think it. Yeah, I think so. But
Perfect.
with that, we are designing something extra special now. I remembered. So the workshop is like both kinetic typography and the material explorations. So we decided to extend like that exploration that we are preparing for the workshop. So we are preparing a whole like a course of like an hour and a half. It's still getting there of kinetic typography that's going to be available online. So
cool.
yeah, this is coming too, which is super excited. So for those of you cannot attend the workshop in person, there is still something coming up for you.
Nice, and we'll be sure to cover some of that on our Adobe Live channels. So looking forward to once it's shared.
Getting there.
I'm looking in here too if there's any comments again. So we are here live from OFF Festival in Barcelona with Tina Touli. And if you have any questions on Adobe Live or Creative Cloud YouTube or Behance, you could go ahead and post those in the chat. I'm just taking a look here. So we have Robert joining us from Sweden. Hi, Robert. Thank you for joining us. And let's see, I think, and thank you, Tim, for sharing Tina Touli's website in the chat. If you'd like to check out some of the pieces that Tina shares today, you can access them online.
Yeah, definitely. And any questions, feel free. Like, I'm here to answer anything, whatever you need, like career advice or portfolio advice, whatever you need, just feel free to drop it in the chat. Yeah, so should I perhaps talk through a couple of more projects?
Sure.
Yeah, should we
Yeah,
go through?
let's talk through another project
Okay, so
here.
I
and
just
then
picked like a couple, so let me see. I'm
yes.
gonna actually talk about this one. Yeah, I really like this one. So that was like last summer, and it was for a festival in Rome that it was about music and art, and they invited me to create a series of like kinetic typography loops that they had the theme of like transition, which is a very nice, interesting, broad theme that because it can be like transition, like kind of in a literal sense and a bit more abstract, and there are so many ways to visualize it. So already from my mood boards, I start like collecting ideas, and I'm like, oh, what could it be? Could it be like a little maze that you get lost within?
Yeah.
Could it be like a belt that is transitioning from one gear to another, like the motion? So many like ways to visualize that. So it was very, very tricky to just select only 5.
I'm even just getting lost watching it here too. As I talk to him, like it
Yeah.
feels like you're moving towards and transitioning from all those different pieces.
Yeah, so it's like different ways. So this is like more like get lost in a maze. So this is more like the Big Bang, kind of like the beginning of everything. Then we have like this transitioning, like moving forward as like a little path. This is based. They're looping. Maybe I will go this way, so it's quicker. Yeah, so this is like the yin-yang kind of inspiration, which is transitioning and the balance on transition. So that was inspiration for this piece. So this is what I was talking about, the Big Bang. So beginning of everything and how everything is transitioning and forming, and it's transitioning from one stage to another, and it's expanding farther and farther in a way. And then transitioning as getting lost within a maze, within a path, kind of like a loop.
So cool.
Here, there, everywhere is like the name of that piece as well.
And how did you create this? Like, what are some of the processes or tools that you used
Sure.
to create this?
Yeah, so first of all is like the inspiration kind of part, like to get an idea of what I want to communicate. So my mood board, unfortunately, I don't think I have it on the website, no. The mood board was just basically like simple images, so like a maze or like a chain or like very, very simple photography in a way, plus like some little notes. And then I knew that it's going to be kinetic typography, so I tried like to form like the different messages. So it's like yin yang, come and go, here, there. So very short, like little like messages that I want to communicate through the work. So trying like to shape like the concept this way around, and then thinking about how it's each one going to be visualized. And it's created, most of them are like created in 3D, like Cinema 4D, but of course you can do also Blender. And then of course like bring them in After Effects to do like all the editing, and some of the colors are also like brought in
Like,
later on in the editing. I sometimes do work like grayscale, and then I bring the colors later as well. Or also the motion behind, you see also some of the explorations have like a 2D exploration behind, another kinetic type layer of motion, so that's also created in After Effects. So.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really interesting to see how you bring it all together within different tools there too.
Yeah, it's always
Nice.
like my process is usually like starting from one tool, but it's mixing like all kind
course,
of tools
yeah.
and back and forth.
Yeah.
And yeah, so definitely like
Yeah.
most of the work is like this. And yeah, it was super exciting because like all this have been created for a festival, as I said, in Rome. And the most exciting part is when it actually
looks
show
so
it
cool,
like coming
yeah.
to life, projected in a huge building,
Yeah.
and being played between the different. So yeah, you can see the building as well without the projection, being played. Like as a little loop between the different artists, the different musicians on the stage. So it was
So
like
cool.
a very, very exciting thing to see like the work in that kind of like scale. And that's
Yeah.
also something that I'm very keen on, and I'm trying like to push myself towards to explore like things in the physical space as well, since quite a lot of my work is physical digital, but in a
Right.
different sense. So I'm trying
see
now to
that.
see how could I push it to actually make it physical, to be part of that and have it as like around you, like larger scale explorations like this one, and so on. Yeah.
That's so cool to be able to bring, and like it's the opposite way, right? So you do
Yes.
that physical to the digital, but now it's digital to that,
To the
like
physical.
bringing it to life, like seeing it in a festival like that. So really, really cool. Well, thank you, Tina, so much for sharing that with us. And
Pleasure.
I'm checking in the chat to see if there's any other questions. Just one general question. What inspires you? Like, is there...
Ooh,
right,
I
right
can
now,
talk
I
about
know
it for a
very,
long time.
very general, but is there anything, maybe a project you're working on right now, maybe it's something from the physical world that's inspired you lately?
So generally, I'm always like curious about things. So I have like these boxes in the studio, which I call them treasure boxes, and I collect like all kind of materials and things that I feel like could be interesting and I could use on my projects. So it can be like something super, super random, like from like a little ribbon that I find to like a little nice reflective material to like a hand gel that I added the other day.
Yeah.
So to little crystals or whatever, like literally whatever I feel like could be interesting. And it's always like the great place for me to look when I'm looking for inspiration, to see like, okay, what do I have? So I have this little bit, so I could perhaps like try with this one. Or
Yeah.
if a project comes in, then again the same. I could look there and see if there is something that inspired me. So there are like little objects, materials that could be quite inspirational. So that's one kind of thing. And then I do keep like all the time like taking pictures of things that I like around me, even like when I'm walking around like here at the office.
Barcelona is a
And
beautiful place.
I'm not talking about taking pictures of like nice posters or something
Of
on the
course,
street.
yeah.
I'm talking about taking pictures of perhaps like a nice lighting that you saw, a nice pattern, a nice like architectural kind of inspiration. So different like sources of inspiration. And again, collect like a little folder with all those kind of assets that I can go and find like some further inspiration. But yeah, it's like the lineup of all like the projects, the self-initiated they want to do, it's quite a long list of
I'm
materials
sure.
and bits that they want to explore.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But what I like about your answer too is it's things from the physical world. So anyone could do this. If you're
Yes,
walking
definitely.
around your city or even inside somewhere and there are these little details that inspire you, or everyday objects like you mentioned, like a hand
Exactly.
gel or like other like liquids that
Yeah.
kind of can provide that texture.
Yeah, it was funny. Like
too.
the other day, I was working on a project, on a branding project, and I needed to create this kind of like blobby, kind of like abstract shapes, but they had to be like quite squarish with round corners. And sometimes like it's quite simple to be like, oh,
Yeah.
I can create something like this, but then when you start creating, it's not balanced and everything. And I went out of the hotel and I was waiting the elevator, and I saw next to the elevator this floor plan of the building, and I'm like, oh, that's perfect. That's exactly what I need, because it has like this squares that if you round the corners of the floor plan is a perfect like balanced shape, because it's already kind of designed from an architect to be like nice and balanced as a floor plan.
Right.
So then I started looking online for floor plans, tracing them and creating all those shapes that
Oh,
I
cool.
needed. So it can be like super, super simple. It's, yeah.
Yeah, to see that and,
Yeah.
and bringing all that in, like
Yeah.
architecture and design and
Exactly,
which is
yeah.
part of design
So
too.
it can be some super fun.
Yeah. So as part of this episode, we also have a portfolio review. So we're actually going to bring in Natalia to share her portfolio review and introduce herself. So welcome, Natalia. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Oh my God, this gives me like design school flashbacks a little bit. I'm a little nervous. Not me updating my portfolio this morning, just in case, adding some more projects.
Of course. Well, we're excited to dive into it. And before
Thank
we dive
you.
in, Natalia, just tell us more about yourself.
So I am obviously a graphic designer. I have a studio that specializes in strategy and branding, which I recently started. I recently made this switch to full-time freelancer / studio owner. So yeah, I'm super excited to be here. I have been on Instagram sharing like design tips and freelancing tips for a long time too. So yeah, this is super excited. It was on my manifestation list for 2025. So
Nice.
Amazing.
Well, we're excited to dive into your portfolio. So I know we have it here on the tablet. So maybe we can pull up Natalia's portfolio in Behance, and I'll just have you talk through it, and Tina to provide feedback.
cool.
Amazing.
I don't know how you want to do this. Should I choose? Do you
Yeah,
want to choose?
yeah. you pick and yeah.
Okay,
Anything
I
you
think
like.
I'm gonna pick this one just because this one was a very special moment for me. This project. The client who made it special. It was a person that I admired a lot, and he's one of the reasons I discovered design and got into design in the first place. And for him to come to me and ask me to do his rebrand was a very pinch me moment. And so it's a very special project for me. The only constraint of this project is that the client said I just want to maintain Arial Black as my logo font, which crushed my soul a little bit. So I had to work around it. This is an interior designer, very high-end, based in Miami. So he has a very high sense of aesthetic. And that was also very nerve-wracking for me because this man is going to destroy me. He doesn't like this. I'm a very conceptual designer. So I like to create a concept that is like very poetic or metaphorical that kind of comes from the brand essence and the brand strategy, and from there try to imagine how this concept translates into image and brand. And so for him, he is like the whole persona of the studio. He has a very big, bold personality and no bullshit personality, and to me, like he's just himself, period. So that idea of like this is it and period was what inspired kind of like the graphic imagery and the design system for this with a very bright color palette. And what I did just was add a dot to the logo, and that dot with the colors was what kind of like went through the whole design system, which is very simple, which he wanted. But we just really played with the dots, the colors, and the name, the logo, which is his last name, and did something that was super minimal, but kind of like made his very black and white identity a little bit more elevated, and so he could showcase like his creativity in a very subdued way, which he wanted to. Like he does that in his designs, and so it's not a very flashy brand identity by any means. It's like very minimalistic, but for me, what makes it special is like I was able to translate what this man is and what he does in a very simple way. And I really like it because I really like simple design. I admire people that can do work like Tina and experiment with textures. It's like not something that I do because I cannot, my brain does not function like that. And I really like a lot of white space and minimal aesthetics. And this was a very special project for me, and I had a lot of fun and doing it. And I was very scared doing it, but it panned out really well.
Amazing. That's lovely.
Yeah.
So, I first of all, I'm not gonna agree with you that you cannot use textures and make things a bit more busy. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of like just pushing yourself and give it a try. Like
Yeah.
really like try it, and perhaps like usually I always suggest like if you feel like something is you're struggling to explore something, grab like people that they actually do that and team up, like collaborate. help them push you to explore that area too. And then you can decide, once you already explored, you already did a couple of projects with that, if it's for you or not.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't take it like off.
No, I completely agree. I think that sometimes I'm a little bit lazy, I'm not gonna lie. And I'm like, I think, especially when it comes to client projects, it's like, I don't know if I want to try something new because I want to deliver. So I think it's a matter of me just making a point of taking time and doing like maybe a couple of passion projects where I really experiment with this.
Definitely.
Where I can allow myself to do it. And I really want to do it. I just like, I don't know if I procrastinated or I just am very bad at time management, but I haven't found like kind of the space to do it yet. But I definitely want to try it because I admire so much how it looks, and I would love to do something like that. I just think I haven't like just put myself in that space yet.
Yeah, perhaps you didn't find the right time to do that,
Yeah,
yeah?
exactly.
So, but yeah, as you said, like self-initiated projects are great for that, so to try to push yourself and try new things and teaming up as well with friends and people you like working with can really help you on that part too. So yeah, definitely like suggesting you to give it a try and push like and see like how it can go. But also like when you have like a new project, I understand like usually you want to go also the safe kind of like route just to make sure. But I'm not sure like how you usually approach. But for me, it's like when a new project comes in, I approach at least like 3 totally different routes to present to my client, or sometimes there are even 4 or 5, depends on the project. And usually what I try to do is to make one that is like, I feel like it's exactly what my client is asking for. One that it might be similar to what he's asking for, but with a little push, and one that is going to be like what I think and something like it's different, experimental, and so on. And that leaves you the space to be like safe towards the client that, yes, he will find something in your deck that he will like, but you can also push at the same time and see like what else you could create if there is something like something better or like something a bit more like different in a way. And yeah, without being really scared to fail on the project or something, there is no possibility to fail if you already have like some safe routes, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would definitely like suggest like trying to push and find also like more experimental ways as well. But yeah, I think it's like a great like starting point what you did, and it's a nice like to hear like you have this challenge to use a specific font. And I'm wondering on that case, did you actually try to push the client towards another font?
Did. I
did
proposed.
you visually like propose
Yes,
as well?
I proposed it. Like my first proposal, I was like, you know what? I know he wants to maintain the Arial black, but I'm gonna try to break the mold a little bit and make him see that there's other very good options. And I did that, but he was like, I like it, but it's not me. And I was like, okay, fair enough. We tried. I'm not gonna make you do something you don't want.
Because that's definitely like another general advice I always give. Like, if the client is asking for something, if you agree or not, it doesn't really matter. Show them what they're asking, but show them also a better version or 2, 3 better versions.
Absolutely.
So trying like again like to push and show like what else they could do, and then most likely it didn't happen in your scenario, unfortunately. But usually like most of my clients are usually seeing that after, and they're like, yeah, you're right. I actually want this one. Thank you very much though for mocking up what I asked also for. So it's always like a good technique to show to the client rather than trying always to convince like with words.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's quicker and more efficient and they appreciate more.
Yeah, I always try to do that, and I have another project here where I did that, and it panned out very nicely, and they were very happy with it. I don't know if we have time to show it.
Yeah,
Take it
oh,
back.
yeah.
So
2 more minutes.
This one was for a Swedish government organization, and they had this very old logo that was honestly very terrifying. And they were like, no, we want to maintain the logo, but tweak it a little bit. And I was like, and inside me, I was like, this is not gonna work. And so the logo was this one.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, I know you, like, there's a lot of meaning into it. And I was like, why don't we try to take the key parts that make the logo special and bring significance and just make it a little bit more modern. And so like this was the most conservative option that they picked, but I had others that were like more different. But I was like, okay, what are the key elements of this logo, and how what's the bare minimum I need to keep? So obviously, what's the name, the tagline, and the little sun and the little wheatgrass here for reference. This is like the Swedish International Agriculture Network Initiative, and they try to like bring better food systems like to underprivileged communities.
Yeah, nice.
And so like this has the idea of connection, the weed, the sun. So I tried to simplify that to the bare minimum and like made this approach, and they really liked it. So like I was like, oh, I'm gonna just take away all the unnecessary stuff. And again, I was nervous to present this. This was the most conservative option. There were others that were more outside the box, but in the end, they picked this one, but they really liked it. And then what I did, I created the little seed inside the A, and then that was the whole where the whole identity system
kind
was.
of like device.
Yeah, that device. Yeah, exactly. And they also wanted to maintain their color palette, but I just like changed the tones slightly, but
Yes.
maintain like
Amazing.
the same colors, but with a more kind of elevated tones. And yeah, they also really like this. And I actually got in touch back with them, and they were like, we're seeing so much good impact from the brand identity. I was
that's
like, oh my god,
amazing.
that's great. I was like, okay, awesome, because like normally design is a very hard thing to measure the impact of
course.
because it's very subjective. And so when you get a client that says like, we're really seeing the impact of it, it's like, okay, that's amazing.
No, I think
Well
you
done.
did like a huge step here. Like if I scroll back, like in the beginning, it's amazing. Like you managed to get them from there, like to that. It's like a huge kind of like massive
Yeah.
change towards something way better. So well done. And, definitely, yeah, it's a
Yeah.
good proof of like how you can push, even if a client might say like, I want to keep what I have. It's kind of like worth like giving it a try, and that little push. So yeah, that's amazing. Like little step that you created there. It's quite
you.
nice.
It's amazing to see the transition to here, and like Tina said,
Yeah.
how you got the client there.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for
Thank
walking
you,
through your
guys.
portfolio with us. I know we are at time, but thank you both for joining us today.
Thank you.
And I hope you have a great rest of your time at OFF. I know there's a lot of exciting sessions coming up. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. And be
Thank
sure to stay
you.
tuned for our next episode coming up next. So don't go anywhere. We are going to be staying live on Adobe Live YouTube, Creative Cloud YouTube, and Behance. So thank you again for joining us, and be sure to stay tuned for our next episode.
Hello and welcome back to Adobe Live, live from the OFF in Barcelona. I'm very excited to be here today. I'm Melanie David. I will do those interviews in the upcoming 1.5 hours with, first of all, you. Hi, good to see
Hi,
you.
nice meeting you. Thanks for having me.
Those are interviews combined with portfolio reviews, and we have people watching online, but also here we have a very nice audience. Hello everyone, good to see you. We start today with Baugasm. Bastian, hi, good to see you here.
Thanks for having me. This is great. And today it's like the first day of OFF, and it's so great to see so many people around, so many creators, and yeah, and meeting you and being here, and it's all great. Loving. Looking forward to the next days.
Me too. I'm very excited to see, first of all, you. We had a chat yesterday already, very short, but
Yeah.
we have more time today. And of course, to see so many familiar faces. It's lovely to have everyone around here. And also hi to the chat. It's good to see you. I see so many, oh my God, there are so many familiar faces in the chat. Good to see you. I hope you enjoy the upcoming 1.5 hours. But we have more. We're streaming today and of course also tomorrow. So drop by, have a look, and listen to the fancy things people have to say. I have a very interesting question for me, because I looked up what you do, of course,
Yeah.
and I would describe your work as, well, I would describe you as an artist.
Yeah.
Or are you a graphic designer or motion designer, or how would you describe yourself?
Yeah, I would say like I do a lot of things, but like I have this quote that I always say. It's like designers call me an artist, and artists call me a designer. It's like always it's like, what do you do? And my goal is like, I don't know, I do a bunch of things. I just like to make stuff in general. So it's like combination of all things together, whatever makes me feel creative and whatever I feel passionate about. For a time, for a year, I might be completely focused on cinematography and then photography, and then I will be in graphic design or animation. But yeah, I started with graphic designer, so graphic design, and I would consider myself primarily on its core as a graphic designer. And then I had to move into like photography and doing a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, it's a mix of mediums. I would say I'm a creator of a medium of the internet. I think that how would sum it up.
Ooh, that's very nice.
Yeah, everything like technology-wise, I'm passionate about, and be creative in that field.
Well, it's best approach, right? That's how it stays interesting and never gets really boring.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you summed it up very good there. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I don't want to get bored.
Well, can we ever get bored as designers? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Can
I
we?
know.
Can you?
I mean, there are times. That's the thing. Like every time I get bored, I just move to something else. And yeah, I on my talk I have also this thing. I'm talking about ADHD. It's so funny because like every time I wanted to get it diagnosed by a professional. Like I get distracted and do something else, which is ironic to the thing. But it's like it also plays very well for like being creator. Is like you get started with something and then you get easily distracted and you move to something else, and that makes you like be creative in different fields, and it's kind of a superpower in a way or another. Yeah. But internet got diagnosed that for me, so not by a professional. Yeah.
There are some constants, because you've been here for quite a while. You have been at Adobe Lab for a couple of times already.
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember many, but maybe like 2 or 3 times.
At
probably.
least.
Yeah, I think so.
In case you want more of Bastian, just look back in history. There's more on YouTube.
Probably.
But the question I'd like to ask you is, you're always redefining yourself, and with new technologies coming up, is this something you integrate in your process, or is it something that just pops up and you're exploring it spontaneously? Or do you do that on purpose?
Honestly, I don't do it on purpose. It's like for me, since I was a kid, I was very passionate about like learning new things and like always approaching new technologies and like being excited about new things coming up, from gadgets to tech to code. I studied computing science and multimedia, which helped a lot also like understand the core of how computers work and like how technology is built from ground up. But that helps a lot also like keeping you excited about new things coming up. So for me, it's like every time I can get my hands into something new and different to explore, it's like a new medium where I can integrate into my workflow, from different technologies to even the physical world. Sometimes I get excited about just mixing things together and seeing how I can embed that into my workflow. So it's like, it's not part, it's like a playground for me. Even the studio where that I work, it's built in certain way that everything that I need is around me, and everything that I will need to work on is there. So like if I need to work on something specific, it's there, and I can just play around like a child on a playground. That's how I feel, and yeah, that's my goal. It's like that place is like in the making to be the best playground for me. That is still a kid inside me that is playing as a 35 years old. Yeah.
Very nice. And especially interesting is that you try to keep all the mental load away by having this specific playground
I
that
try.
you set up for yourself. Well, if you're distracted easily,
Yeah.
that's what you need, right? Otherwise, you're just
Exactly,
going from
yeah.
one thing to the other.
Yeah, it's
I-
part of the superpower of that. It's like being distracted, but also, yeah.
In a constrained place.
Yeah, sometimes it's very difficult.
We talked so much about your work. Can we have a look at some of your recent
Sure.
projects?
Yeah, we can do that. Unfortunately, as everybody and every other designer, my portfolio, the official one, is not updated because every time my ADHD is distracting me from doing that, I move to something else.
And the good thing is you're busy without the portfolio.
Oh, yeah.
That's the most important thing.
Yeah, we're just going to have a look at a little bit here of like things that I've done a couple of years ago. This is like where Baugasm as a project started, I think since 2016, where I started this project of like just making a poster every day. And this was prior to like 2011, where I had another project that I was working on called 60 Designs, where I challenged myself to make a poster every day for 60 days. And I sort of failed on day 40 because like I was just posting it on my personal website and nobody cared. And I also got bored of it and I stopped it. And then 2016, Instagram came along and I was like, this is cool. Like I want to
So
do
you did this before Instagram?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, nice.
And it started there. But anyway, so this is like the Baugasm. And then from that, it kind of expanded being bigger and sort of was a boost for also my career because it also profiled my work in a certain way that I know what I want to do. And yeah, I've been doing this stuff and then moved to, this is my Instagram where you can see some of the recent work. And like this is like the last post that I've done. But the interesting part about this is like, since we're talking about mediums and the way how I work and like how I embed different things together, this is part of that. It's like, for example, if you see this work, this is like all mixing different mediums together. So this is like basically the first image. It's like an engine that I've been really, last couple of years, been really passionate about like cars. It's like what we were talking about, like you can be passionate about technology, but at the same time cars have the engineering in that makes me very passionate about like learning how it operates, and it has a certain aesthetic, a certain beautiful aspect to cars and engines in general, and the engineering part of it, which makes me excited. And I always wanted to embed that into my workflow. And it started a little bit earlier, but not embedding car stuff in my graphic design work. And now with AI, I started using like, you know, generating a little bit of how would it feel like a human body with car parts embedded, like an engine. How would it feel like it was organic? So, and to do this in 3D completely, it would take weeks to sculpt and texture it and everything. So what I started embedding is like, how can I use AI as a tool in my work set and workflow? So I generated the first image with AI and then extruded that, brought that in 3D, where I can basically use it as a 3D element inside the software.
Okay, I have
and
to clarify. Is this really a 3D object you can turn and everything?
a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
So it's like kind of tweaking it so it feels like 3D. For example, all the spikes here and also this circle. And I add some more like metal things in there because the image itself reflects on it, so it makes it feel more real, but it's like a combination of all things together. And I have a couple of these that also I went ahead and sort of animated them, so you can. So I'm exploring a little bit this kind of direction lately because I find it really fun. And then just muted, but you can see here it's like kind of moving. There is an engine part on the back. There are some 3D element added to it, and also started adding a few insects because I thought like would it be funny like this rotting engine that is somewhere, but also feels like organic in a way. And here you can see another one of that. Where is it?
So you say AI enabled you to do this artwork?
What? Sorry?
Would you say AI enabled you to do this artwork?
I think so. I like some of the I mean, honestly, I would have done this also like digitally some other way, but like it helps using that in order to minimize some of the workflow. For example, as an artist, I was really, I was never good at drawing. So like I never felt like, even though I started drawing since I was a kid, I always was like a minus thing that I had in my work skills, whatever you want to call it. But like, and then AI is like, how can I use these for things that are missing into my workflow and things that I'm able to achieve? Sometimes we have great ideas, but we have limited workflow or like skills to achieve those. And for me, that's how I'm using it to like create things that otherwise would take me weeks or months to create. And yeah, and this is like some of the stuff that I'm doing. And also like, as I mentioned, I've been doing like a lot of, I got obsessed with cars in 2019, where I got like a Mercedes Benz, like an old one that I wanted to restore, and I started, and then COVID came, and I couldn't. I wanted to take a lot of photos and videos. I'm doing a lot of photos and videos with my partner, where she's more into photography and cinematography, and we always wanted to get a car as like a really good content, so we can create content on top of it.
Yeah.
And then COVID came, and we couldn't actually use the car because it was still under work and everything. And I was like, you know what? I've been doing Baugasm for so long. I sort of learned 3D. How can I use my 3D skills to create photography? And the funny thing is that I'm going to go back to Baugasm. Like, also when I started learning 3D, was like, as a graphic designer background, how can I use 3D software as a graphic designer to create graphic design elements into using 3D? And it's the same thing here, where I was doing a lot of photography and cinematography on my personal account, where I shared more like photos and things like that. And my goal was like, how can I use 3D and make it look like real photos, like I was there? And then I was like, you know what, maybe I can just use this approach and like think about photos that I wish I would take, or like places or things that I wish I would see and be there to photograph, where I would just basically recreate them from scratch.
It's super nice to hear the background story, because I saw this profile and thought, where are the cars coming from?
Yeah.
It's good to know
yeah.
why you did this and what the thoughts are behind this project.
This is in Berlin, and this is what was a funny thing, because like I started to embed a few different things. So this was like, in Berlin, was like just shot with my phone and like 3D scanned around a neighborhood where I was staying at last year. And then I was like, this looks cool and looks kind of cyberpunkish. And then I took the 3D scan of the city and brought it into 3D and created this visual effect that looks like that. And yeah, I've been doing also other things, but like recently I've been also doing a lot of cars. I just did a project with BMW, which was, for me, it was crazy, because like I got into cars because I love cars, and then BMW approaching me and being like, oh, we want you to do something for us.
Did this profile happen before or after they approached you? Did they approach you because of the profile?
I think so, yeah. I think they saw my work, and I think, a lot of our directors at BMW, they've also been on other places that we have met on conferences and things like that. So I think it's also like, in a way, also building the community, but I think it was because of the work mainly.
And it's, again, a nice story of how you have a personal project that turns into a client project.
Yeah, both of those, honestly, are I just started because I love doing what I do and like the projects that I work with. And always like, I just make things that I want to see. And sometimes, with social media it's difficult, especially as you grow as an artist. Social media is kind of sometimes dictating unconsciously how you should direct your art. But in a way or another, you have to figure it out and know what direction to go. And it's difficult managing these two together, because it's like two different things. And like sometimes you want to create for one and you feel inspired for one, and then the other one is kind of passive. And then social media wants you to post all the time and be active, but it's good, because like I think I found a way to manage it and be creative on different things. I get bored with one, I move to the other one.
I think it's always a love-hate relationship, but you find a really sweet spot on how to combine your client work and your personal projects.
It is, yeah. I don't know, should we look at something else?
Show us one last project.
All right, let's do that. Oh, I think it's a project actually I did last year. This was with a friend of mine actually sitting here, but this was their project, and I'm excited about this because it was different and was new and different approach. And this was about Tirana, I'm from Albania, where also the infrastructure of the city is like very kind of different. And the goal was like, my friend went and did most of the pictures around the city. And was like how we can use the photos and create like this atmospheric in a visual way.
Yeah.
And we created this, it's like a camera that is going through the whole city. And you can, as the camera walks through it, you can hear like different people watching TV and somebody else listening to the news, somebody shouting and somebody flashing the toilet. But I loved it because it was like, I was doing buildings before, like I was trying to take an approach of like how can I use physical elements as an aesthetic to the work. And this was the perfect match because they also had a project related to this, which was great. It was called, it's called Urban Anomalies, that was in Albania. And yeah, it was great because like we used real photos of Tirana and built those in 3D and to create this element. And then I went
You
ahead.
also do the audio yourself.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, I used to produce music before. I'm not as much right now, but like sometimes when it comes to doing the visuals, I have to also experiment a little bit with sound. But and then building wise, I think we did also. If it opens, yeah. So this is like the same sort of approach. But it's a little bit different. So yeah, I think it's like, I don't know, I just experimenting with things and I always take it from the aesthetic approach, like things that I want to see and I want to build. Sometimes it's difficult and it's funny, sometimes you want to create things and now AI can help you do that.
It's lovely to hear you make it sound so simple.
I mean, it is simple if you know what you're doing, but maybe for someone, yeah, it's in a way, it's like, also for me, it's like a learning curve. You get to a point that you have to experiment until, I've been doing a lot of things that I would say like 60-80% of my work it's something that I always judge myself and I'm not happy with it. So like all the time you have to improve in a way. I think every artist feels like that. And that's
agree.
what keeps you moving forward, I guess. It's part of the process, yeah.
It's nice to chat, but we need to move to the portfolio reviews
Yes, let's do it.
because there's more feedback for you to give.
Yes.
Let's welcome Coralie. Hi, Coralie. Nice to have you here.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, everybody
Hi.
here and at home. Hey.
Coralie Legrand.
Yeah, Coralie Legrand, a very French name, but
Very
I'm
lovely
Flemish.
name.
Yeah.
It's good to have you here. What's your creative field?
Yeah, so I'm Coralie. I'm a motion designer and art director from Brussels, Belgium. And I focus on a project around sustainability, science communication, and social impact.
That's cool.
And practically, I animate, I design, and I illustrate. And it's really cool to be here and to have this conversation with you. And
Looking
to show
forward
you
to
my
see your
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, let's start with
Yeah.
the work because before we talked so much about how to be creative and the cool things you do.
Yeah.
Let's have a look right away.
Yeah, so I'm quite curious to have a conversation with you around profiling and how to profile yourself as a designer or as a motion designer. Because I have been profiling myself as a freelancer mainly.
Okay.
And I have noticed that you kind of have to decide between a freelance and or a studio agency kind of thing. And I have profiled myself as a freelancer because I thought it would be more personable, but I would love to also be able to do more bigger projects and
Okay.
to build bigger teams. And I would like to hear from you if that's something that could be readable in my website at the moment, in my portfolio work, because I do a lot of different things. So I also have a bit of different styles
Right.
going on. This is, for instance, more illustrations that I've done. I particularly like to work with abstract themes and sensitive topics that I then have to translate into something that's digestible. I work a lot with policymakers and or policymaker offices, and so there's a lot of my visual content goes to decision makers. So it's very
Alright.
important that it's something that they can understand and then take forward to create a better future, hopefully. I am a better designer than I am an animator, and that's also why I feel like I want to expand a bit as a business and be able to build bigger teams and get better animators, other animators, and create bigger things.
Also, animators are better animators than designers, so there is not
Exactly, and I
Not
mean,
that
it's
perfect,
such a,
yeah.
like, you can't be good at everything. So yeah, I'm kind of going through a lot of different things, but as you can see, I have this more illustrative stuff, and then I have my more personal stuff, I would say, that is currently not loading, which is very fantastic.
So how would you profile yourself? Like, what is the thing that makes you, like, that you enjoy? I mean, honestly, I see that you also enjoy doing all of these things together in the same time, but like, what is the thing that you feel more like passionate about? Is there like would you consider yourself like multidisciplinary, where you do a lot of things together in the same time? Like you like to animate, graphic design, branding, illustration, or what is the thing that you always felt like, you know, what's my core? What's the
Yeah.
thing that I'm really good at, and then I can expand on the other things?
I think where I'm good at is the storytelling aspect, and to taking something that's complex and that's layered and that you can then translate into something that's digestible, because none of us have a long attention spans these days, and especially when it comes to decision makers and people building better future, we have to get messages across. When it comes to skills, I think for sure my background is in graphic design, so illustration and design and these kind of explorations that you see here, I really love. I wanted to show you my play page, but it's not loading. But I also, for clients, do a lot of explainer videos, and I do some script writing as well. And I really, maybe I could show you this one. No, that's a sign up. That's not great. Yeah, I was a bit worried about the loading thing of my things, but so I do a lot of mixed things, and I quite like that. I think the art direction part, we don't need to hear video here, but there's a lot of different layers, and I like that. But I have been asking myself a lot questions around profiling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I mean, profiling is always, I would say, is more like what you want, what you feel, how you feel, like that you want to do a lot. Because like when it comes to clients, it's like, also for me, I started doing my projects with the idea of like, this is what I want to do. This is like what I enjoy doing. These are the things that I want to see. And it's funny because like you just do it for yourself, and then automatically, when a client approaches you, they automatically like the things that you've been putting out. So in a sense or another, it helps you be more profiled, and it's easier because you still do what you love. It's like the work that you already been putting out is like something that people also and clients want you to work on, help them and integrate those. So I would say, in a way or another, it's like it's very difficult sometimes to position yourself and be like, I want to go in this direction because this is business-wise better. And I think you would have to take an approach 50-50, be a little bit also like what you want to be passionate about, because there could be a big chance of burning out, feeling like I'm doing this thing but it's not taking me anywhere. And because you want sort of like a feedback or like a satisfaction coming from actually also doing things that you love, and when you see that that's not coming back in a way or another, you feel like maybe I'm doing the wrong thing. But it's okay, everybody feels like that. But I would say more is like, go towards something that you are happy, that you really enjoy. And the other thing that I would recommend is like, I see that you do a lot of projects for clients that you already have, but I would say like, create something that you want to do and also you want to do for clients. And that could be like a project that you start for yourself, like a personal project that you start that is like, this is the thing that I want to spend my best time. This is the time that I want to spend, I don't know, like 6 hours a day, and then 4 hours I will spend it, I don't know, I hope you don't work 10 hours a day like me, but if like, it's like, I'm going to spend like 6 hours a day on my craft because this is what I love. And then that also helps you sort of profile. At least that what helped for me. Different people work differently. They have different approaches to their work, but I probably you have started already also doing personal projects, but
Yeah, I have, and actually,
I have a quick question. Since you mentioned splitting the personal projects and the client ones, you have a couple of Instagram pages that you dedicate to a specific topic. Is this something you would recommend if someone is into photography and maybe design too? Would you say do one Instagram account or split them up?
Oh, that's tough. I don't know. I would say like personal projects is everybody should have those and should consider those as their playground to do whatever they want. And for me, that's how I take it. Like, I get passionate about something, I just want to build it, and if I see there is a chance that I can expand that into something bigger, I would do that, and then maybe I'll create another persona, I'll create like another, think about it as a big project. Like, you're a musician, you're starting an album. It's a new music, you are inspired by, I don't know, like techno, and you do indie, and then you are like, okay, maybe I'll just, this album is going to be its own project, its own profile, it's going to have its own aesthetic and everything. So
Yeah.
I always consider like projects that I start that way, and I package those from the branding, from the way how I share stories and behind the scenes, and everything is like very well curated because it's kind of encapsulated as its own project. And I think that helps also like moving ahead. I
And
come
it-
from a graphic design, web design background, and that kind of helps because like every time on the web, if you would start like a web app or like a project on the internet, you would have to create like its own website so you can showcase these. And that approach is also for social media right now, because like you can have an account that is 0 followers, but doesn't matter. You can have a website, you can have other accounts that you can help, but it's also like helps you categorize it and also keep you motivated because you have like a new thing to work on. I don't know if that adds to the question.
Absolutely,
but-
and it works really well for you. That's why I asked. But
Yeah.
back to you. You have
No,
one more
actually,
question.
that's quite interesting because I have been debating about that myself. As you can see, I can go pretty different. Like I have this more illustrative style, and then I go into these textures, and then I have mixed media. And
Yeah.
so I have wondered myself, how clear is that for a client?
Yeah.
Do they know what they can expect when they come to me? On the other hand, I focus very much on my niche, so my topic is my niche. But I wonder, from an artistic point of view, how confusing is it? And should I maybe?
I don't think it's confusing,
something
but I
like
have a question. Like, where are most of the clients coming from? Is it from social media, or is it from you being active on different places, or like your main portfolio is your website, and that's where the clients see most of the time? Because you can try to differentiate that differently. Like if you have a Behance account where clients coming from there, maybe you want a certain kind of category of work to be exhibited there, because
Yep.
like you expect those kind of clients to work, and that's the freelance work that you want to take. And if there is more personal project, you can keep those into your own personal website.
Yeah.
But it depends. It's all like kind of a trial and error, honestly.
Okay.
But I would say like I see that you do a lot of different things at
Yeah.
the same time. I would say, what is one of the things here that you would expand on being like a year of a project for you? Because like if that's a thing, maybe you dedicate a lot of time on one project
Yeah.
that you're really passionate about. I see you have a lot of
I don't want to interrupt. I'm really sorry, but
time is running out.
time's running out. Yes,
Oh,
but you
we
have a
can catch
couple
up
more
later,
minutes
yeah.
to catch up later, and I see there's a huge audience who might have questions too. It would be lovely to continue the chat afterwards. Thanks everyone for watching at home. We move on to the next guests we have. Thank you both.
Thank you so
Katzler,
much.
Thank you
Carly,
for having
it was lovely to have you
Nice
both.
seeing you.
Enjoy the afternoon and see you later.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bye bye.
Round of portfolio reviews. Almost missed out on the one with Tina Touli, which was at the beginning. I'm Melanie, I'm an experienced designer, and I will guide through this session here. And with me is Stephen Middleton from Art Graft. Hi.
Hey, good to meet you, good to be here. Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you for being here. And later on, for the portfolio review, Ayumi Tan will join us. But we have about 20 minutes now to chat about just you and the studio.
Okay, perfect.
Can you let's maybe start with a little intro of what you do and what Art Graft does.
Of course, yeah. So I'm Stephen, as you said. I'm creative director with Art Graft. I've been with the studio for around about 12 years now. I actually joined as a junior designer and animator and have worked my way up to the creative director position, learning a hell of a lot along the way. Yeah. And I think, yeah, I suppose the big thing to say about the studio and the way in which we work is we approach every project with a sort of fresh mindset, right? Every brief, every project, every problem is a bit different, so we need to approach projects in that way. And the way in which we do that, I suppose, creating a lot of variety between techniques and different approaches and things like that. And the way we do it is because of the team, because of the way that the team in the studio works, how the different combinations of their skills, almost like little chemistry experiments, right? And how they work and how they come together is a big part of why we're able to be so flexible and work across lots of different techniques and styles and problems, essentially, that brands have. That's been a big shift of ours in terms of how we've been working. We're now working a lot more directly with brands and building relationships and partnerships with them, learning about what they need, and also for us to their expertise. They're experts in what they do, and we're hopefully experts in what we do as well. And that combination is pretty potent. I think maybe another thing to say is we recently rebranded took a long look at ourselves and what the studio was about, and obviously the brand of a studio and how you look, how you communicate needs to match what's going on inside the studio, and there was a bit of a mismatch before, and we're really pleased with where we've got to with this new identity as well, and Yeah.
It's an interesting project because you have to prove pretty much yourself and your skills with your own branding, right?
Yeah, I think we actually sought some like external help as well in terms of like helping us to work out how we visualize ourselves, because we're so close to it. The main thing we wanted to achieve was how we communicate and how other people can see us. So it felt right that we needed outside opinions and outside thoughts on that as well. It wasn't. It's like trying to look at how you look. It's trying to look at yourself in a mirror when the mirror is like this close to you. You can't really see what's going on. So having that outside opinion.
This would have been my
process.
follow-up question, because I think it's one of the most difficult things to just see yourself from the outside, or maybe it's almost impossible.
Yeah, I think you're always going to know. You're never going to be able to come at it from a completely fresh or completely open mindset, because you know so much. And certainly for myself, being with the studio for so long, it's been really refreshing to see that outside perspective. But then once we've got to that point, to then build on an identity through a design language, through a motion language, even that was where we really like came in and just explored and iterated and experimented in how we move, because how you move is just as much a sense of a brand, or what a brand is. The way in which you move can say a lot, so that's important to think about as well.
I actually have to give you compliments on how the tone of voice on the website and the portfolio works.
Thank you.
It's really inspiring. It makes me want to collaborate with you.
Yeah, there's a lot of work on that as well, and obviously as designers, as animators, words are not necessarily our strong point all the time. Yeah. So finding a way in which we could communicate how we can use language to properly express ourselves was a big part of that rebrand journey as well.
You did an amazing job, and we were meeting for the first time here, so I was really excited to see who's behind the brand.
Yeah.
It was one of the most interesting things for me to
Brilliant. That's cool.
for meeting you
That's
today.
Really cool.
Should we maybe have a look at one of your projects, or something you're really proud of? Because so far we just chatted, but haven't showed a project yet.
Yeah, of course. I think maybe we could look at a few, if that's okay, because I think it's sort of a little bit hard to get a full sense of what we're about from just one project, and hopefully people can see from the work and the people that we work with, the way in which we work. It's not led by one specific technique or one specific style. It's about being adaptable and having these little chemistry experiments across the studio to find
I like
things
that you
that
explain
are
it
right.
like that. That's perfect. Yeah, and that's what's represented in the website.
And I think we approach every project with the same mentality, is that you need to find a core truth or a core idea at the start of it, and then from that you build in the layers of art direction and motion. But it all has to come back to that central thought and that central point. So maybe a good project to look at actually is this Virgin Media piece. We work a lot with Virgin Media. I think we're 5 or 6 years into a relationship working with them, and they're so much fun to work with as a brand, because they don't take themselves too seriously, and they're always trying to push and challenge what they are and what they can do. And so at the core of this project really was the challenge. In the UK, there's been a switch of phone lines. It's switched from old copper wires to modern fiber ones. I wish I could talk in more detail. I wish I fully understood what that process actually involved. But that was the sort of main premise of what we needed to communicate to their customers.
Yeah.
They have obviously, their customers in this case is just anybody who uses a phone, so that age range is huge, and certainly for landlines, it's a lot of kind of older people and things like that. So we needed a visual language, we needed a story and a flow that would communicate to them and reassure them. That was a lot of what we talked about with this project, is how you balance the excitement of this change coming, this an upgrade to the system.
Yeah,
but
it's something they don't have to worry about.
Exactly, and balance that with the reassurance, exactly, like you say. So, maybe we can watch it. It's 40 seconds, and then...
Right now, we're switching our home phone network from old copper wires to fiber ones, making it fit for the future. We'll write to you about the change and what you need to do next. Please make sure you read and follow any instructions we give you. You won't need to pay any more for it. And you can keep your current number. If you've got anything attached to your phone, like a telecare device, or if you're not sure about anything, please get in touch. We're here to help. And don't forget to check in on people you know who might need a little support. You can also find out more on our website. Happy chatting. Virgin Media. Right now, we're switching our home...
Oh, we're going again. So yeah, as I mentioned, there was that switch from the copper wires to fiber ones, and that essentially formed what our visual language would be. We landed on this idea of visualizing these fiber wires as these multicolored ribbons with conversations moving along them as a representation of the phone line. And there was even an iteration of this idea, and you can kind of see it in there a little bit, where you would see conversations, written conversations moving along these phone lines. So it's like, what should we have for tea, or like a Chinese takeaway order, like moving along these phones. Ultimately, we moved away from that because it was a little too, we needed to be a bit clearer on what the messaging was. But this idea of visualizing the phone lines as these wires that then, these fibers, sorry, that then take us through all the key information we landed on that quite early, and then that informed everything.
I actually really like the abstract approach that's then turned into something very clear with the font and the copy that's used there. It's very nice.
Yeah, that's always the way with these projects, isn't it? As creatives, as artists, we obviously want to create something that has, well, maybe I'm speaking more for myself, but a bigger kind of metaphors or deeper meanings, and get people to like look deeper into things. But this can't go too deep. It needs to very quickly communicate exactly what it needs to do. And so how do you blend those two things, that essence of communication with a little bit of metaphor and thoughtfulness as well? So trying to get that balance.
I'm very happy you showed the video, because that's the comforting part when you see the soft motion. It's super cool.
Nice.
As you see, I'm excited.
Yeah, thank you. That's very kind. And once we land on these central concepts, once we land on these ideas, we then like iterate and develop on that, and pass it around the studio for different people to add their skills and their contributions.
I love
to it
those.
as well.
They're so nice.
Yeah, it looked really, really beautiful.
Please tell me they did huge prints of those on walls.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you want it to be a physical thing as well, right? You want these fibers, you want these
absolutely.
lines like as an actual thing. So maybe one day.
It's really cool. Should we have a look at another project?
Of course. Yeah, maybe I can show you guys. So this is an example of like some of our commercial work.
Yes.
But then, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Alongside that as well, we're also working on what we call Spark sessions, which are like studio projects.
This would have been my next question.
Perfect. Look, we're so in sync, Bernie. It's happening, isn't it? So yeah, this sort of section of the website, Spark Sessions, is about those projects that we develop in between commercial ones, and the Spark Sessions are, I suppose, like a weekly meeting that we have in the studio where we catch up about these projects and review them. I think a really good example of how these work is this tangent piece, which actually went through everybody in the studio at the time that it was made, and I'll just kind of play it through. We don't. I can always talk over it as well. Some awesome. So yeah, it's a little bit of that. Can I mute this? Sorry. Anyway, it's that exquisite corpse idea of sort of everyone in the studio has got their own skill sets, has got their own specialisms, things that they're into. And so with this piece, we created like a kind of central animation through everything, and then gave each artist in the team like a couple of seconds to do whatever they wanted with it, and then had that sort of stitched together. And so the intention with Tangent is that like you pick up the movement or the idea from the person before, and then you take it in a completely different direction, a completely different tangent, and the film kind of goes on like that, essentially. So it was a really great snapshot of everyone's skills and what they were into, and it was completely open. The guys just had a sort of target that moved around the screen, and they just had to match that, basically.
It's such a cool project. and totally inspiring for also for people who work in a studio. And it's a nice, I have to say, it's a nice maybe addition to client work.
It's so important, and it's fundamental to the studio. It's been going since we started. We started with like shorter art and craft intros, and then it's evolved from there into longer form studio films and things like that. And eventually they do feed into client projects. They create client projects, and we learn things from those that we take into our work. And ultimately, we just want to make it become a circle, right? So the personal work, the studio projects just blends and becomes the same thing as the commercial projects ultimately.
And it's something people can broadly have in their portfolios.
Yeah, completely. And have a feeling like, make their mark on the studio and have their hands on the steering wheel of the creative direction of the studio as well. But like, it's not a single person's vision. We're a team, and the studio moves with the people that are part of that team as well. So yeah, it's really, really
Since we talk about portfolios, should we move to the portfolio review?
Let's do it.
Do you have time? Yeah. Hello, hi. Good to have you here.
Yes, hi.
Welcome to Adobe Live. Would you mind introducing yourself quickly and just giving a snapshot of what you do?
Right, so hi, I'm Ayumi. I'm a motion designer from Singapore, and I currently work full-time in a design agency, and my main focus is on 3D. Yeah. Should I just jump right in?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. So this is a personal project. I think it reflects the kind of stuff I enjoy doing the most. So in this project, I wanted to focus specifically on art direction. And there were a few things that I wanted to try or focus on, which were, I wanted to try a slightly more muted color palette than what I used to do previously.
Yep.
I wanted to play with perspective, because I thought that would help push the whole stylized look a little further. And what was it?
So this is like all your work, or is this part of is this like a project outside of the work you're doing at the studio, or?
Yeah, this is a personal art project.
Nice. And so your sort of portfolio as a whole, in terms of like what you're trying to showcase or the skills you're trying to showcase, is it the art direction side of things, or is it like a specific 3D skill set that you're trying to showcase? Like what's your like ambition? What's the portfolio sort of saying, I suppose?
Art direction here, I wanted to try creating some more detailed pieces, which was why I wanted to focus on textures a lot more here.
Yeah, so beautiful. It's like a little model. I feel like I can like reach out and like grab it. It's so good.
Yeah, and I really like stylized 3D
That's so
artwork,
cool.
so I wanted to try to push the whole stylized look a little further. So it was,
yeah, amazing. These little snapshots are, I mean, it looks good enough to eat.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Really cool. Lots of play with texture and things. Yeah, it's so much fun.
Yes.
So you have got little bits of motion in there as well, I suppose. Is that something that's like interesting to you? Is that something that you like looking to develop or looking to get more of, or more work in that space? Or?
Yes, actually. I really like the stop-mo look of animation, so I wanted to try and incorporate some bits of it here.
Yeah.
But they're just short looping GIFs. It was my first time trying this, so yeah.
Yeah, really cool. And the animation style blends and matches perfectly to the look of it as well, so that's great.
Oh yeah, I thought it would push the whole stylized look a little further, which was why I wanted to try it.
How important would you say is it to have one specific style? Because your studio mixes all of them and brings all those perspectives in.
Yeah.
Is it important to have one or multiple as an artist?
I think that it obviously varies on different studios, different clients. I think obviously I can talk for what we look for in portfolios, but different studios are going to be looking for different things as well. I think that variety is something that we look for in everyone that joins the team. We definitely. It's definitely fair to say that everyone has a specialist skill or like a specialism that like it might be on the 3D side of things or character illustration or whatever that may be. But they also have a generalist interest as well, and so it's sort of a blend between those two things of being focused into one area but then being open to working in other styles and techniques and working as part of a team to do that as well. And I think that variety is certainly something, or at least that openness for different styles and techniques is something that we look for as a studio.
I see. Because one of my biggest struggles is sticking to a certain style. There's so
Yeah.
many different styles that I want to try.
Yeah, like personally, I don't see why you would. It becomes repetitive. It becomes a little stale, and you want to be pushing yourself. You want to be learning new things, and then a style does naturally evolve anyway. Even like variety as a style can be a style as well in some senses. So, and all the work feeds in to other projects, and you learn things from one project that then inspires another one, and it becomes this really naturally evolving process and development. So maybe we could have a look at some other projects as well. Because I noticed you had a few things in there which are a bit more focused on like product renders, like a bit further down. I'm curious as to like, these ones, for example, like very different tonally to like other things, and I suppose I'm curious as to why you include those or.
Oh, this was a studio project, was a work project. So it's an in-house project. So I work in a design agency that specializes in industrial design. So we are the in-house motion team that supports the industrial side of the. So this is something that the studio designed, the industrial team. So.
So you're modeling these and lighting this as well, or?
Oh no, the model was done by the industrial designers.
Okay.
So they wanted the video to as a portfolio
nice.
video.
Okay.
So it's a product that I did with my colleagues. So we did the texturing, lighting, animation. We actually did 3 short clips, but we stitched it into one.
Really cool. That's really cool. What does it do?
What does it do? It's a label printer.
Nice. I mean, that is the sexiest animation for a label printer I think I've ever seen. That's amazing.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and I think the reason why I sort of wanted to look at that project is it feels very different to other things in your portfolio. So it's cool to know that you want that. You're looking for that variety of different projects. I think if you were focusing more specifically on like one style of art direction, that project does jump out a little bit more. But if you want that variety, then it makes more sense.
Right. So how do I?
Which style do you actually prefer? You don't have to answer, but which one, if you want to answer?
A style of work?
Yes.
Personally, I do lean towards stylized art projects, but I think there are not a lot of client projects that look for stylized work. They usually look for photorealistic renders, so that's why I do at work most of the time. So my personal project is just a creative outlet for me to do things that I want to try.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like we were saying, you can then pull those back into those other projects. You might learn something about animation as you do those, or there's always things to learn from those. I love these little guys. What are they all about?
Let's have a quick look, and then we unfortunately already have to wrap up the session.
This was a period of time where I was focusing on character work.
Too cute.
But then after trying character work, I realized that it's not really my thing, after all.
I don't know about that. These are so much fun.
Yeah.
That's nice. Amazing.
Yeah, thank you.
Really cool.
Ayumi, thank you so much for showing your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
As always, feel free to continue the chat off stream. We unfortunately have to wrap up here.
Yeah.
Stephen, thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
My pleasure too. Thank you for having us. It's been awesome.
Anytime. Enjoy the afternoon and see you around. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. I love the signs and everyone waving around here. You're tuning in to Adobe Live from OFF Barcelona. It's been lovely so far, and we keep going for a couple more hours. I'm Melanie, I'm an experience designer, and I'm allowed to run those sessions here. And I'm especially excited about the one with Vincent Lammers now from Bug. Hi.
Hello. Hello.
It's lovely to have you here. This is a portfolio review, which means I get the chance to talk to you for a couple of minutes, and then we move on to Zoe Bias, who will show us her portfolio. I see her around already, so good to have you here. Tell me everything about you and what you do at Bug.
So, about me or what I do at Bug?
Let's start with Bug first.
Bug first. So I'm what we call an executive creative director at Bug. I was actually an intern at Bug in Los Angeles 12 years ago for 6 months, and then went back to the Netherlands, to Amsterdam, and worked at another company that I also interned at. And then 3-4 years ago, Ryan Honey approached me. He's one of the founders of Bug 20 years ago. And he asked, Vinny, do you want to help out build Bug across Europe? And now 3 years later, we have an office in Amsterdam, an office in London, and almost like over 70 staff across Europe.
Crazy. I saw at the beginning of the presentation before, I was like, okay, so many offices all around. That's a great company to work at.
It's a lot of fun. I'm having a lot of fun.
Are you staying at one office, or are you traveling around having a good time?
I'm traveling between Amsterdam and London, and sort of we created the European group, but we're very connected with all the different offices. So a lot of projects, we try to find the right person for the job, and sometimes that designer is in Sydney, or is in Amsterdam, or is in New York, and trying to create those opportunities. And sometimes it can be a lot of different types of projects. One of the bigger projects we did last year was working on the Sony Spider-Verse project. We did the Gwen Stacy sequence for the feature film, and we actually had an animator in Amsterdam, Santi, be able to work on that, which is an incredible opportunity to give a young cell animator.
It is, yeah. And I saw some of the visuals before already. Can we maybe have a look at what Bug does? And how would you describe the work Bug does in maybe one sentence? Because we have an audience here, of course, and you have a huge audience who saw the talk before, but there are also people online tuning in who unfortunately could not come to OFF, and we try to give them a bit of a glimpse of what's going on here. So how would you describe Bug in one sentence?
What I say, so we have all the lines and things we say on the website, and like Bug is a global creative company that brings brands, stories, and experiences to life through art, design, and technology. I like to describe us as a bunch of optimistic, overachieving problem solvers. That's sort of, it's like all of our work has some form of an optimistic outlook, either in sort of its visuals or its message or things like that. And then we are definitely a bunch of overachievers because we always want to do more, dive deeper into the work. And all our work in one way or another is related to solving a problem. How do we communicate something? How do we tell this story? How do we generate this feeling or create this interaction? So that's how I like to call us.
That's a really nice explanation, and it sounds like a company I'd like to work at. You know, it's very inspiring. As before with Art Graft, I had a look at your portfolio and looked through the different styles and everything, and it's very inspiring.
There's a lot of, and I think that's also, we used to call ourselves, and still do sometimes, style agnostic, because for us, a style is not always necessarily something that starts at the beginning of a project, of like we want it to look like this or look like that, but a style is something we arrive at through the process. And the process is very often playing and exploring and trying new things and figuring out what the best way is to solve that problem or communicate that message. So it's not necessarily intentional. We want to try to do everything, but it sort of happens because we solve so many different types of problems in different mediums and with different technologies.
Very nice.
And we don't like to repeat ourselves, so it's like sort of trying something new. It's like we get a brief, because after a few years when you do those kind of things, people start asking, it's like, oh, can you do what you did for them? And it's like, but we did that already. So it's like, what if we do this one with miniatures, or with puppets, or with cell animation, or live action, or what if we don't make a film and turn it into a game? It's like trying to challenge our creative partners, or agencies, or clients, or brands to make sure we make the best thing we can possibly make together.
Super cool, and it's definitely not the comfy way of doing it, because you know the easy way out is always repeating yourself.
Yeah, and it's also like having a company where collaboration and making sure people have a voice and contribute to the process is really, really important to us. But I would be lying if I say, oh, it's wonderful and breezy and easy. Like collaborating and allowing people to express their opinions continuously throughout a process, that's messy. And it's like people can disagree in figuring out how to solve the best problem. So we definitely have leaders or leads on projects who sort of steer the ship. But it's very exciting. I wouldn't want to have it any other way, but it's definitely not easy. There's like a lot of humans, a lot of very, very talented humans who have very, very strong opinions, but it's really fun.
Well, that happens when you work with passionate people, right?
That's it, because you care.
Yeah.
So you want to matter. That's what it is.
We could end the interview here. that's the nicest sentence already. But let's have a look at the project you went to show.
I talked about these on stage. So one of them that was sort of very much about the creative process, and we had a set style, was the branding for the art department. We Are Playgrounds Festival, very similar to OFFF, a great festival in the Netherlands and in Germany. And we sort of build it around these three pillars: think and wonder, play and explore, make and make better. Played word association, assigned color palettes, and then basically threw it open for all of our designers and all of our artists basically to start making little shapes. Like it's really literally creating a visual language. So every shape represented one of these pillars, and then we started playing around with it in the design. So we started to create posters, wristbands, all of this to represent the branding of that festival. And it was a very open, exciting brief. And this was one of those moments of that we were able to align the process to what we really care about, really focus on collaboration, on process. There was no starting point. So the end result, we really had no idea. We had to make it to figure it out.
Okay, this sounds like a rainbow vision of how a process should work.
But this is all in retrospect, because I'll be completely honest. Like during the process, me and the creative director, Richard Gray, were stressed out every now and then, because like this is so weird, and it's like, does it feel like one thing?
Yeah.
And it's all over the place. Is this going to work? And we had no idea. But sort of committing to it, and also because it was for festival branding, and we were it was a project we were collaborating on with them. It wasn't like a big brand, or there was no that kind of context to it. So we were able to take some liberties, but it was scary. And it was really interesting because once a year, like as a company, we have our sort of reviews and people talk about the work they did and what they learned and sort of how we can help our staff grow. And there were people that classified this as the best project they worked on that year and the most exciting one. And there were artists that said this was the worst one because I was like, there was no brief. It was very stressful. I didn't know how to be this successful in this context. Like I needed the parameters. So there's all these different types of artists and humans as well.
I haven't even considered that perspective because my next question would have been, what was the client's perspective? But you're absolutely right. Even as a team member, you can have different perspectives 100%. And you need different environments.
Yeah. And that's also like you want, and it's at different levels, caring about what you make, having an impact, but also it's like some people need a lot of information on the brief and want that or want a lot of space to play and explore. And some people just want, tell me what to design, and next day I got 15 options and they work through that. So it's everyone collaborates differently also.
I really like the modular approach to just have a range of visuals, assets, elements that you can combine creatively, and especially the very digital but also very tangible and haptic approach.
Tactile,
so good.
No, it was really, really fun. And we sort of felt like creating this library approach to branding and to sort of creating these very big systems, like we started bringing that way of thinking to other projects as well and to other sort of branding projects as well, because it's a really playful and exciting way to create something without sort of being rigid and creating all these mock-ups and it needs to look like this and the logo goes here. It's like, let's create literally a language and just see how it evolves and lives.
Okay. Was this library handed over to the client and they were then able to apply it themselves?
And they still do. They still use it, and their team and their people is like they still use all the shapes and we expand on it. We have this idea of like maybe we can refresh sort of shapes, or maybe speakers at the festival can add shapes. They can evolve the language with those sort of parameters. So they went crazy with it. Like the majority of the visuals actually on the festival itself were created by the in-house team.
Wow, okay. It sounds like a dream project because
it was really fun.
Sometimes it's also scary to hand over.
Oh, absolutely. You don't know what they're going to do with it.
Yeah.
Oh, very scary.
But it works well.
And also you want to embrace, because it would have felt wrong if we would have given very, very strict guidelines for a project like this, because that's not what that project was about. So it's really figuring out how to give them the tools to keep doing what they needed to do.
And especially with events like that, you never know what you really need, so you can have a
You might need a sudden sign there or something there. So instead of, because also these projects for us would be impossible to do if we had to make those 600 deliverables. It's like that we can't make that type of time investment, or the budget would be ridiculous. So giving them the tools and allowing them to take it to that level that they needed to was the way better solution.
Yeah, and it sounds like the only solution to enable clients.
Yes.
To have also power of what they do. Yeah. I think we're at the point now where we unfortunately have to wrap this up.
Not unfortunately, let's bring in Zoe.
And ask Zoe Bias to come in. Hi, Zoe.
Hello. Hi. I'll give you a little bit about me and who I am and what I do.
Would love to hear.
So I'm Zoe. I'm from Scotland. I'm a motion designer and illustrator. Oh, I'm not plugged in, I don't think. Should I hang fire?
Oh, you'll be fine. We have it covered here. Just give it a second, and I think you're ready to go.
We good now? Yep, I can hear myself. Wonderful. So I'm Zoe. I'm a freelance animator, motion designer from Scotland, and I have been freelancing for about 4 or 5 years now. I did graphic design and illustration at university, so I do not come from an animation background at all. And it wasn't until my 3rd and 4th year at uni that I realized animation was what I wanted to do. So I thought, oh, I'm on the wrong course, but it's too late now, so I just committed. And thankfully in my uni, at my art school that I was at, they're very open to letting you explore what you want to do. So although I was kind of not doing what I wanted to do, I made it work. And I graduated uni with an animation portfolio that I kind of built myself, which was great, but I didn't have any help from tutors because they were illustrators and graphic designers and not animators. So I'm fully self-taught in the work that I do. I wondered if I could show you my folio, maybe show you my show reel, and kind of get a bit of advice on what I do. So I will go to my wonderful show reel here. Right, hopefully this will work. that kind of shows my work and what I do. So I do a whole lot of explainer videos and TV adverts, and I work in the northeast of Aberdeen, northeast Scotland and Aberdeen. So it's very oil and gas based, because that's an oil and gas capital. So I do a lot of work for that, which is not as exciting as the stuff that I've got in my folio. So because I've come straight through uni with an illustration and design background and gone into animation, I've always felt like I missed out on like the techniques and everything that you would learn from perhaps an animation course. So I tried to reach out to studios to see if they would take me on as an animator for experience, and everyone's kind of like, we don't want you because you've got a graphic design background, and we don't want to have to teach you things. So I was like, right, well, I'll just do it myself. So I came straight out of uni into freelancing, which was a bold choice, but it worked, and I kind of kept getting one job after the other. And now 4 or 5 years later, I've got a nice client base of people that I work with that I get a lot of work from, but I've always wondered if I missed out by not going in-house and learning from a group of people who have a wealth of animation knowledge and who I could bounce ideas off of and learn things from. So one of the reasons I submitted for the portfolio review was to kind of see what you might suggest would help kind of push me to be a better freelancer, because I feel like a lot of things that I look at, a lot of my work is two-dimensional, it's flat compared to the stuff that you guys do. It's very 3D, it's like an open world, kind of, you can see everything.
What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah.
I think it really depends, because as I understand it, you're freelancing, but you're working directly, like you also do the illustration, or do you?
Yes, I do.
You almost do the entire film?
I almost do the entire thing, from
Okay.
storyboard to animatics, illustrations, animation,
And work with
voiceover,
the client,
sound.
figuring all of that out.
Yeah, exactly, pretty much. They usually come to me with no idea what they want. If it's a client that doesn't work in design, and I will like talk them through A to Z of how to make a video. But sometimes I will work with studios who have in-house designers that will send assets over to me and just want me to animate things, which is great because I do have that connection in a design industry of like, I can chat to people, like speak to the designers and say, well, I'm doing this or doing that, what do you think? But a lot of the time I'm just at home, in my house, with my cat, at my desk, going, I need to make a video. How do I make something that's a bit more dynamic than just opening After Effects and doing something?
Would you, because it's tricky, because you're involved in like basically a whole scope of creating a film, which is a really exciting thing. And it's like if you missed out, you might have missed out on something of a studio environment, but you also gained a lot, because there's not a lot of people that can say, well, actually, I don't only animate, I also help write the script and do this and do it for a client, an actual client representing that. So there's definitely things I feel you gained also, and it's your journey. So it's just what you got right now. So
that's true.
Building through that, but it's very much where you want to take it. Is like, do you want to become way more of sort of a focused animator and really work on character animation or motion? Is that sort of the language you speak, or is it more about combining all of those things and figuring out the storytelling and the art direction and the script writing?
Yes,
is animation your tool to achieve something else, or is animation your end-all, is-all? That's what I want to do.
No, that's what I want to do.
That's what you want to do.
That's what I want to do. I find that I do a bit of character animation, but it's difficult. So I don't do a lot of it because I'm like, where do I start? Trying to teach myself like the basics of how to make a character move. You're like, oh my god, like where do I start?
I think that's also, and that's maybe because your background is in design, is looking at that full picture, and also in your work that you go from script to final piece. Because would it help you to look at a few of your animations? Because then I can give you very technical feedback.
Yeah.
Like, are you looking for technical feedback or career guidance?
Just mainly career guidance, to
career
be honest
guidance?
with you, but a bit of technical feedback.
Well, technical feedback. The thing is like if animation is like the animators at Buck.
Yeah.
Animation, curves, keyframes, that's their love language. They live by that stuff. And then looking at some of your work, I can see why it is animated in a certain way, because you're doing it by yourself, you're getting the whole thing done, and it's all representing that. But that makes it a great piece for the A to Z thing, but not necessarily for you as an animator, because it might not touch on your best animation skills. It's getting the job done at the highest level that's possible for you to do it. So maybe if you really want to pursue that animation side of things and become a better animator and maybe freelance at studios as an animator, is like then cutting a show reel or doing types of work that really reflect your skills as an animator.
Yeah.
And that's as simple as bouncing balls and sort of...
That's true.
Because
Back to the basics.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I see some of your animation, a lot of it is linear, which
Yeah,
makes a lot of
it is,
sense.
yeah.
It
I
makes
feel like I'm stuck in that.
Yeah, but it makes a lot of sense because it's also, it gets, like, it's the quickest way to get the freaking film done.
Yeah.
And that's what you're doing.
Yeah, that's true.
But if you end up polishing, sort of like give every curve an ease, work on every sort of moment of when you hit it, that's that level that animation directors or other people look for, that you can hit that level. Like that's what we freelancers we hire who are animation freelancers, they sort of work on their keyframes and the pacing and everything to make it absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
And then there's other people who deal with the script or deal with the design.
They
and
take
that's
that,
their
weight
thing.
off of you, doesn't
That's
it? Yeah.
And if that's what you want to pursue, then take all that other weight off of yourself also and just see
That's
if you
true.
can create those perfect moments of movement. What I did when I was right after art school, I was also just looking at stuff and I never finished a short film, or I did little small 5-second stories.
Yeah.
Just made sure I finished them, grabbed a different style, a
Okay.
different thing, but made sure I did it as best as possible
Yeah.
and finished it.
Okay, that's
Because
a good idea.
if you want to work on the animation side of things, definitely make sure that you showcase your animation skills. And really, really bring that to the forefront and work on those. 'Cause it's
sorry, I didn't mean to
no,
cut
no,
you
but it's a massive craft.
Yeah, for sure.
And this
vast, very vast.
portfolio right now is really impressive
thank
because you're
you.
doing all that stuff by yourself
Yeah.
and A to Z, every aspect of it. And it's great at positioning you like that. Like if I had a business or a small business in that environment and I looked for someone to help me from A to Z, it's like you would be someone I'd talk to because I want to get my story out there, my product or this communication thing, and you can help with that. But that's not necessarily an animator's portfolio or an animator's show.
No, it's kind of an everything, an
A to
amalgamation
Z.
of
Yeah.
everything. Yeah,
But I
absolutely.
totally get why you did it that way.
No,
because
absolutely.
You always want to
It's
show
really
it
impressive.
to the
Yeah.
best.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. I had a train of thought that I've lost. I don't know where I was going with it.
I might have to ask you anyway to continue it after the stream.
Yeah,
because
absolutely,
We're
that's
almost
fine.
at the end.
Was
again.
that
That's
helpful?
wonderful. That was great. Yeah, thank you
Okay,
so
good.
much. Yeah, no, it's great to get a perspective from somebody who's in industry and so well versed in all these things to kind of just chat to somebody who knows what they're talking about and kind of get a bit of feedback. It's always great. So thank you so much. Thank you both so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Thank you,
you.
Zoe. Thank you both for being here. This was really lovely. For me, it's time to have a drink outside, but we keep streaming. There are more cool people coming up. We have Eike König coming up. Oh my God, let me have a look. I know we are running out of time, but I will have a look to give everyone online. Thank you anyway for joining and for all the comments in the chat. It's lovely to see you. Whenever I'm looking into this direction, I'm looking at the chat. A summary of what's coming up, so you make sure to stick around. Stephy Fung, Sam Rolfes, Jessica Hische, Eike König, Joshua Davis, and many more. And this is just today, because tomorrow we have another day of live streams. See you tomorrow. Thank you, and keep watching because there's more. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
to
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome back from sunny Barcelona. We are here live from OFF Festival. My name is Karina Lindmeier. I'm an artist and illustrator, and I have the pleasure to host Stephy Fung. Hello.
Hello, lovely to meet you.
Yeah, it's really highlight of the day for me.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm really a big fan of your work. How are you doing?
I'm good. It's sunny in Barcelona, and I'm from London, where the skies are always grey, so I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, it's really, the atmosphere is amazing. I bumped into so many lovely people. And yeah, would you mind give us a brief introduction into your work and yourself and yeah, whatever you want to share?
Okay, so I am a digital fashion artist, first of all, which is sometimes when I say that, people look at me like, what is that? And the best way to describe it is that I make digital garments using pixels, and it can be used in many applications, whether it's motion design, 3D, NFTs, metaverse wearables, augmented reality wearables. So there's, and of course what I'm wearing today actually started off digital. So my ethos with my brand is always digital first, physical second.
Wow, amazing. So would you mind telling us a bit more about your process and how you got into being a visual fashion designer or digital fashion designer?
Yes, so my career journey is not linear at all. I studied graphic design. I actually don't have any fashion background, interestingly enough, and now I'm a digital fashion artist, but I started in graphic design, that's what I studied, moved into 3D animation. I was dreaming of being a motion designer, working in advertising and branding. Clearly that did not happen. And then during the pandemic, I had a lot of time back on my hands and actually spent some time learning Marvelous Designer and building digital garments. And it was a lot of fun because I started off building clothes that I would love to wear.
Amazing.
And now I'm finally wearing my own clothes. And this only really started as in me wearing my own clothes maybe a few months ago. But prior to that, I've been doing this for 4 years now.
Amazing. Wow, sounds great. I will briefly say hi to the chat. There are a lot of people joining us from all over the world. Hi to Robert, hi to Emma, hi to Oliver, hi to Ruth. Feel free to pop your questions into the chat. We are here to get everything you want to know covered. And Steffi, would you mind showing us around your portfolio, or is there anything you want to highlight, or
yeah, let's go for
us
it.
a bit about your work, because it's really like a lot.
I mean, if I'm honest, I show a lot of my work via Instagram. If I'm out and about, or I'm in industry, or at conferences like this, the first thing I show is always my Instagram. But we'll do a bit of both, because I feel like sometimes there are things on Behance that you can't show on Instagram, and like the quality is a lot better. So, I mean, we can start with a collection that I launched last month, roughly. So we click on that. Right. Can I make this bigger? Can we make this into
an
a full page?
tab?
Yes, please.
So. No, it's not working.
It's perfect when you're on live.
Yeah, it's
Technical
always the live
difficulties.
issues. I don't know, maybe we can put this. Now it's stuck. Oh no.
Maybe new tab. There we go.
Here we go.
Perfect. Okay, we got there in the end.
Yeah.
So, if you guys know anything about Chinese culture, we always have Chinese New Year, roughly January or February, and this year it is the Year of the Dragon, which is an awesome creature to work with. And so there's this story that I based this whole collection off, and it's about these 4 dragons right in front of us. They're called the Black Dragon, there was the Pearl Dragon, Yellow Dragon, and Long Dragon. And the whole story about this collection is that these 4 dragons were playing in the sky and in the sea. They can fly up, and they were having fun. And then one day that they saw the humans on Earth weren't looking very happy. It's because there was a drought, there was no water. So they thought, okay, what can we do to help them? Let's go up to the heavens and ask the Jade Emperor up in the sky to help them. And so they did. But when they told the Jade Emperor, he was not that apprehensive. He didn't really care, if I'm honest. So he said, yes, yeah, I will tomorrow. I will send the rain tomorrow. And he said, okay. The next day passed. There was no rain to be seen. And they thought, hold on. The Jade Emperor said he would send rain. Okay, since it's not here, what can we do? What can we do to help? And so they decided to swallow the water from the Eastern Sea, spray it up into the air, and it fell down as rain. So the humans were extremely happy, but one guy was not happy. Can you guess who?
Good question.
The guy at the top.
Yeah.
The big boss at the top. He didn't like that they disobeyed him, so he actually imprisoned all 4 of them under mountains in different locations in China, and actually they turned into 4 great rivers that are situated in China right now. So there's a huge connection between mythical creatures and nature within Chinese culture, and that's why I've decided to base this whole collection from that story. But as you can see here, we have the 3D, here we go, the story that I just explained to you.
Yeah, it's an amazing story.
Yes. And so, I used ZBrush to sculpt all of these masks. It was a super fun project. I even made a whole campaign video out of this, which we can play now and have a look. There we go.
That's super cool.
Yes. Oh, some imagery missing here, but
so
that's okay.
can you guide us a bit through your process in general? How do you start working on a character like this, like a dragon?
Yes. I always start off with sketches, which I wonder if I have here, because I always sketch out my ideas. Here we go. I work in, before I do any 3D creation, I always sketch it out on Procreate. Sketch out the ideas. And then once I'm happy with what I've sketched, then I move it into a program like Clo 3D, start building out the digital garment like this. And then we get into texturing, which I absolutely love. I texture a lot in Substance Painter. And actually, these are the sketches that I just mentioned before. There was actually meant to be 6, but because of the story, there was only 4 characters, so I made it a lot smaller. So I think 2 of them got axed out of they didn't make the cut. And so, yeah, I started building it in 3D, texture in Substance Painter, and then I render everything in Cinema 4D and Redshift. And so...
Wow, it's really like a long process then.
I use at least 5 different programs, minimum, to even make something like this. But each of them have their own scene, each of them have their own story. And so it's interesting making a collection, actually, because it's easy to just make one piece of work.
Yeah.
But when you've got 4 different assets to think about, or 4 different stories or identities, you've got to make sure that it marries up together. So that's why with this project, I think it took me around 3 months, roughly, from even just ideating to creation to just making it all, render it out as well. So it did take some time.
Do you mostly work alone, or do you have someone you team up with? Like,
I work alone, but for anything physical, fashion, which I'm wearing one of the pieces today, I work with a brand called Digital Twin, and they help to bring my digital visions to life, which is, as I said, I don't have a fashion background, so I'm actually learning all of this physical fashion from them. But anything that's digital, that's totally my realm.
so cool.
Yes.
And I can imagine, I mean, the best part is when you create something digital and then you really, on one point, you can actually hold it in your hands, like, and wear it, and that's really cool. I think, I mean, it must be such a proud moment then, like, I really made this myself.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
cool.
I feel very powerful wearing my own designs right now. And
I
I'm
can
like,
imagine.
I can't wear other clothing now. I don't feel as powerful in it.
But you're lucky because you can design your own. I mean, it's
True,
really-
true, absolutely.
And where do you see, or is there anything you can give us some kind of outlook to? Like, what are you up next? Or what are you up to next? Like, is there anything you would like to dive deeper into, or?
Absolutely. And actually, I think, if I can go back to my Behance, there is a project that I did with augmented reality, and I wonder if I have it here.
Or maybe on your Instagram?
Or Instagram. I can go back in time on Instagram. So as I said, I use my Instagram as my portfolio. And not only am I a digital fashion artist, but I am also an educator and a content creator. So I post a lot of my work on Instagram. Let's keep going. So the thing that I want to work on this year, you just asked me, augmented reality. That's something I'm very passionate about, and I'm just trying to find a post where I actually have, don't do that. Where I show the augmented reality, because with digital fashion, as I said before, you can wear it in games with skins. You can wear it in VR. You can wear it in metaverse. You can wear it with augmented reality. So it's all digital, but there's just so many ways you can output it.
And I mean, it would be totally make sense to create some kind of digital collection which people can wear when they create their own avatar or dive into another digital world. I mean, it's a whole different reality then, and opens up so much space for own exploration and interpretation, also in a fashion sense, right?
It's interesting because the actual digital fashion industry, the way that I would describe digital fashion is mostly it's fashion, it's 3D, it's tech. So if you're interested in any of that, if you've got a 3D background and you want to get into, you just got to learn the fashion side. Or if you know both, you just got to learn more of the mixed reality side, whether it's, again, augmented reality or metaverse, any of those technologies. So it's a very future-facing industry. I just want to show you guys one of the augmented reality and what I was talking about earlier. If the website lets me, maybe not today. Maybe we have to go to Behance because Instagram's not having it today. How did you open a new tab earlier? Maybe we'll open this one.
So,
yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellent.
Perfect. It's teamwork. And do you have any tips for people or creatives how to create or start? Like, if someone wants to dive into digital fashion art?
I think having a basis of 3D, having even 3D itself, that knowledge of whether you've got lighting, modeling, animating, texturing, rendering, is a lot. That's already a lot. So even just having the basics in that will help you. And then, of course, for me, since I don't come from a fashion background, right? So learning of fashion terms and techniques, that would definitely help. Because anything that's 3D, anything that's fashion, is all based off real-world craft, real-world techniques. And so I think those are the two things people should start learning. And of course, I am a self-taught artist as well. I learned everything from YouTube, and that's what I recommend, is that you use all the free tutorials you can find online first before you even look into any courses.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yes.
That's a great tip to get an overview about all the possibilities and tools you can use.
Yes. I want to show you guys the augmented reality, but it's not loading. The page is not loading, so check out my Instagram.
Yeah.
You guys scroll further
Check out
down,
the Instagram.
you will see it on there.
So it was lovely to have a quick chat with you. And so many people were also in the chat. Make sure to follow Stephy on Instagram. We have to wrap up the session because we're running out of time. And it was amazing to have you here. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Karina.
Thanks everyone on the chat. And we'll be right back and see you soon.
Bye.
Bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to Adobe Live, here live from sunny Barcelona. We are here at the wonderful OFFF Festival and I have the pleasure to host Sam Rolfes.
Hey everybody.
How are you?
Doing well. More sleep than usual ahead of festival, so I'm feeling pretty good.
That's good. Yeah, I really admire your work and it's really a pleasure for me to host you. Would you like to briefly introduce yourself?
Sure.
And then maybe also what you do and what Team Rolfes does?
Yeah, so my name is Sam Rolfes. I am a co-director of Team Rolfes, which these days we kind of contextualize as a virtual performance studio. But that means a lot of things. We've done album covers for Lady Gaga, Danny Elfman, Daniela Harl, lots of musicians, lots of musical and fashion collaborations. Music videos. Most of our stuff is real-time, mediated by real-time. Some of the stills are maybe not technically real-time, but the way we approach it in ZBrush and other stuff is fairly real-time. But since about 2015, we've been doing live performative 3D animations that end up being all sorts of things from live stage shows to music videos to fashion runway things in Unreal using motion capture, using VR, using all sorts of different things. And yeah, we're going on tour this year and we've got a lot of new stuff planned.
Wow, impressive. I don't know where to start. I mean, it's really a lot, and you are constantly playing with the boundaries between reality and virtual reality. How did you start, or how did you get into working like you're working now?
Well, I went to, well, my brother my brother, Andy Rolfes, runs Team Rolfes with me. Our mom, when we were growing up, she briefly ran a 3D studio for an architecture firm. And that was when we were children, and there'd be gigantic, like 3ds Max books scattered all around the house, and we didn't really know how to use any of it. We experimented a little bit, but back then it felt like math. It was like all wireframe meshes, and I was like, this is not fun. I tried to make a spaceship. I tried to make probably a gun or something, and then I'm like 10, and then I'm kind of like, this is math. This feels like schoolwork. I'm not interested in this. And then I ended up going to a couple different schools, but I went to School of the Arts Institute of Chicago, and I studied primarily painting and then sound design using Maximus P and stuff. And I maybe did a little bit of 3D, and I didn't really return to it until I graduated, and I came across ZBrush. And that's where I kind of found the real-time, responsive, improvisational thing I was looking for. It didn't feel like math anymore. It felt like painting. And then I started VJing back then by, I would live sculpt. You can't really rig in ZBrush, but you can sort of make this kind of weird armature thing. And so I would functionally kind of marionette characters live and then just screen share, and then they would mix that together with Resolume and all sorts of stuff. And that was my first introduction to real-time performance, was taking this tool that's sort of real-time, sort of like 3D, and kind of bending it to the will of being able to be performable. And then from there, we went to Unreal, and everything kind of led from there.
So you started like out of curiosity how you can combine all the different interests you had back then.
And frustration, like expressive frustration, just because, I mean, so much with real-time that we focus on is improvisation, but like a contextualized improvisation, like setting up a 3D scene. I initially, for our first music videos, I would design the staging, the environments in ZBrush, and once we actually started putting everything together in Unreal, it sort of worked, but it wasn't spatialized, and it wasn't really there. And then from there, I started actually building them in VR, and then treating it more as like a playground, like with the performance of the music video, moving this 3D character around or doing whatever. All this is done live. Typically, basically, I didn't want a keyframe. I was like, I don't want to just say similar. I don't want to be doing math. I don't want to be at school. I don't want to do and keyframing is a totally brilliant art form. It's just not for me. So I didn't want to just like be like arm here, arm here, arm here. I wanted to hit record, put the VR headset on, grab my controllers, and then perform the thing. And then through performing it, understand what the actual virtual choreography is, understand what the creative potential of the scene is, all these things, because I found that, at least for me, I could imagine it, theoretically going into the scene, but until I was really in it and responding to the surfaces and the things that I kind of set up for myself, I didn't really know what the piece was.
Yeah. And do you have the feeling that since you're working then in kind of real time, that you are more in control of everything?
Yes and no. I think it actually is way more of I'm actually in less control. It's more of a dialogue with the characters, with the scene. depending on how we rig up the character, once we actually get it in 3D and VR in real time, and you start playing around with it, usually takes on a personality that is completely unexpected. And my expectations for how I would direct this character if I was like casting them as a real person completely have to change, because that's not who this character is. So in many ways, it's me giving up control and then trying to have a dialogue with these virtual spaces.
That's so interesting. Do you have something you want to share to people which are not here live with us from OFFF? And
yeah, let's do some real-time exploration.
Waiting.
So I'll just do just a quick overview, and then I can flick around to some videos.
Perfect.
So Team Rolfes is roughly, we scale depending on the project, but these days we're really focusing more on our original storytelling, casting our musicians as performers within the world we're creating, writing a script. We have the stage show 3 to 1 Rule, which we performed at Disco Kina. I'll mute this for a second. We performed this out in Soft Center, Australia. We performed this at we have our own festival we've started that's like real-time club theater in New York City at Zero Space, which is a brilliant virtual production center. I highly recommend everybody. This is footage from Zero Space. This is footage from CTM Festival in Berlin. And it's all real-time motion capture, live VR puppetry, and we bring our musical collaborators in. Like in the past, we would be on stage, in front of a lot of people, doing live visuals, functionally VJing, but for Danielle Harl, animating all the characters in his world, things like that. But it wasn't our story. It wasn't our world. We were just sharing a piece of that. Now that we have our own stage show, we have our own story, we're still interfacing, we're still being part of these music festivals, but the musicians musicians perform their own music, but they're also playing characters in the story. And so it's like this satirical parody of metaverse gig economy stuff, where they're basically, I play this annoying evil client who posts a gig, a request for the musical performer's character Eris Wonderful to dive into the internet and gather up all the internet stuff to recreate a memory for them, and it goes awry, and it's what you would expect. So that's kind of where we're at now, and from there, here's some. Let's find some footage of Disco Kina. Disco Kina was we did our first last year, and it was kind of our attempt to. When we first created 3 to 1 Rule, we didn't have anywhere to perform it in the U.S. Soft Center amazingly commissioned it. There are places in Europe and elsewhere that are like contextually fertile ground for this kind of stuff. The U.S., it's very hard to, one, throw any music festival that's not owned by Ticketmaster, and two, to do anything that really pushes boundaries. And so much of Disco Kina is it's musicians paired with new commissions for real-time performance. So it's visual artists on stage performing. There are people who have mocap. Some people are just doing like controllerism. Some people are doing all sorts of things. We're matchmaking musicians with virtual performers to create an entirely new piece. And then in between that, we have Kina, who's the world's first AI superfan. She's performed live. There are little intermissions between each act, which also allows us to kind of sneak all the gear in and out. And Kina is like live face tracked, and she's doing bits and she's joking, and it's us attempting to transpose this kind of like the European avant-garde festival world into our little niche in New York, and then add a little bit of kind of New York kind of satirical theater to it, basically. From there, we can just kind of scroll through. Let's see.
It's so cool and super impressive.
Thank you.
Wow, it's really mind-blowing.
It's a lot. 2 years ago we pivoted. Our big we've done stuff with Holly Herndon for Holly Plus. We performed with her live in Helsinki, where this was me in motion capture. So Holly Plus is Holly Herndon's AI voice model that anybody can use. You can sing in her voice in real time, I think. And we performed with her in Helsinki, kind of as her body in a way, because she was pregnant and couldn't perform. So she had these 2 bluegrass very talented singers they had 2 mics. One is their own voice, one is Holly's voice. And then they were in motion capture, and then we were kind of performing half of her body. This is an XR shoot at Zero Space on big XR stage. I'm in motion capture, and this is a cover that Holly Plus did of Jolene by Dolly Parton. So it's me performing as the AI character doing a cover of Jolene, which itself there's a lot of history there, but. So we're digging into XR. We did the Donna Chromatica campaign with Lady Gaga, which was an incredible experience.
I can imagine. How was if you work for brands or big artists. How is your process like?
It varies depending on who it is, on the context, on how chaotic the production outside of it is. Because oftentimes as music, when we're interfacing in a music video capacity, usually you're on the tail end of a promotional cycle. So all of the delays that happened from the very beginning of the concept, the album's not ready, then the mastering's not ready, then they can't figure the concept out, then it ends up at the end of the promotional cycle. Usually they're like, "Hey, director, you have 3 weeks now. We need to stay on our deadline, so now you have to make up all that time." So it really varies. Typically, we've worked very hard to establish our identity and vision as a studio, what we're good at, so that when people come to us, they come to us for a reason. They come to it for certain kind of perspective on technology or aesthetic process or our relation to this kind of broader kind of avant-garde club world or whatever. So that helps. And then usually it's the typical, they brief us, we find kind of perspective, what kind of context is this motion capture? Is it a chase scene? Is it whatever? We find what's the theme, what's the bit, what's the genre and the format, and then perform it, record it, make all the sculpt all the characters in ZBrush. We scale up the whole team, ZBrush, Maya, rigging, Substance Painter, the whole 9 yards. And in Unreal, we're throwing all the environments together, performing it, recording it, exporting it, all that kind of stuff. Typical production pipeline, sort of.
That's really impressive. And is there anything you can give us some kind of outlook to? Or where do you see, or is there anything you see your work, or where do you want to see your work in the future? Is there anything you can, I don't know, give us a sneak peek?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so again, as of roughly 2 years ago, we, our whole, so much of our practice, we were doing live stage shows, but it was primarily client work. It was fitting our own artistic practice within this client-based process, which is great in the US. I mean, kind of, you have to do that typically. 3-2-1 Rule, our stage show, Disco Kina, making our own stories, interfacing with these existing industries that we already have a relationship with, but doing so, building space for others, building the context, building an audience for this new emerging medium. That's been our huge focus. That's why I'm doing 6 hours of calls every day now, which is so much less fun than sculpting. Is just establishing the potential for artists to create our own stories, because so often when you're doing a music video, when you're doing album art, whatever, you're seeing a view of a world that extends so much further beyond that. You're building this huge world typically, and then you only it gets baked down to an HD thing on YouTube that's probably has a bad bit rate. And so there's so much more potential to explore those stories and still bring the clients in on that kind of dynamic. So that's where we're going, is trying to build that world up for ourselves. Oh, and actual playable games that we're working on releasing, but that's all very TBD. Yeah.
That's also super interesting. I mean, it's really such a big variety of things you can do and play around and have fun with. For yourself and also for the clients to get involved or project partners. So it's really cool. Everyone in the chat loves your work.
Oh, thanks.
I just had a quick look at it, and
thanks, chat.
Yeah, thanks so much. If you have a question, feel free to pop it into the chat, and I will forward it to you. Is there anything else you have the feeling that is something you are... Because I have the feeling some people which have never seen your work before are not really or super interested in how this works. Is there a project where you can refer to as some kind of entrance into this whole new reality mixing thing?
Maybe our music videos, like our video for Lady Gaga and Blackpink or Danny Elfman, I think those are you get a bit of the live aspect in a pre-recorded form. We're going to be doing more and more documentation with this new stuff. Otherwise, it's kind of coming out to one of our shows. We're playing Sonar. We're playing, we're doing a show in Tokyo in May. Sonar, June 13th, I believe. We are working on a Milan show that is hopefully going to be announced. We were also working on a tour potentially in Southeast Asia. It's very TBD, may not happen, in November. So coming out to one of those shows, coming out to Disco Kina if you're ever in New York, we're working on putting together the next festival. So that's where you really experience it live and the energy. But the music videos are a good starting place.
Super cool. And what is your favorite part of working in the mix of reality with virtual reality? What do you enjoy the most?
the moment of setting up the scenario, the like obstacle course, the circumstances for like playing and have fun and improvising and responding to the scene. Like when the scene is set up and you've got this character that has so much potential, the scene has so much potential, you haven't really fully worked out the arc of the choreography or where it could go, all the potential, and then just like diving in and just being in that space and just performing. That and on stage, that's the lifeblood of all we do.
That's super cool.
Then it's a million hours of just like post work to make it look legible, but that's the best part.
There's also one question from the chat. Like, can you describe your main workflow? I know we talked about this, but I have the feeling like everyone's asking for the main workflow, programs you use, and how to find and define your style. I think it's more like related to modeling, I guess, and also.
Okay, workflow. Well, let's do that first. Usually, so we get the context, the concept, the bit. Is this a chase scene? Is it, because that's going to inform the character, that's going to inform how the scene is built, that's going to inform everything. Is it a roadway? Are we parroting a YouTube video? That is also helpful contextually, so it's not just a bunch of like crazy trippy 3D stuff, but it gives a little bit of something to start with for audience members who are not necessarily familiar with our work. So usually we start with that concept, and based off of that, we do really fast iteration, ref building, all that kind of stuff, clear general like brief with the client, or treatment rather. And then we kind of bifurcate a little bit. We do character development and environmental development. Then the character, so that's ZBrush, sculpting. Once the characters and like the main assets are developed, the 3D assets, that's handed off to topology, and then while that happens, we move to environmental build-out. And it's the same thing, development, placing things around, kind of sculpting, putting things in the scene. As all that is, then all that is retopologized, UV'd, optimized together, and then brought back together in Unreal. Then you set up the scene, usually kind of in a gray box capacity, so it's not super taxing on your computer. You set up the scene, we kind of set up the starting circumstances, maybe plot it out a little bit, and then it's just performing with the main character, the main driver of the scene. Because maybe with Lady Gaga, there was main Lady Gaga and there were 4 Blackpink characters. So we perform Lady Gaga's first because that's going to drive the other characters around, and that's going to be the kind of motivating force. You do that. While that's all happening, people are polishing up lights, people are polishing up character layouts, people are polishing up all that kind of stuff. Then I typically go in with a camera, VR camera, and shoot the scene. Maybe we shoot it a number of different times, find the best way. And then from there, put it all together, polish, render,
like it's
render,
back and
export.
forth.
Yeah, note rounds, send a fine cut, send a final cut, that kind of stuff. In terms of developing like a specific style, I think that for Unreal and for ZBrush and for so many things, we build iteratively. Every single project, we don't start from scratch. We grab assets, stuff from previous worlds, we rip them apart, and we throw them all together in a big clump. And then you start pulling it apart, and you start giving specificity to it. And you look for what is the angle, why does this asset make sense for a chase scene or whatever. And then as you start to understand more what the specific identity of that character is, you can make more informed choices, prune it around. The same thing for the level. Pull all this stuff out that you don't need, and then you're kind of off to the races at that point. So it's been a slow process of just starting with our painting background, building a bunch of crazy looking maximalist stuff, and then continually building upon that. And our work has a bit of a trajectory aesthetically because of that.
Wow. Thanks so much. We have to wrap up the session. I have the feeling we could talk for hours about the amazing work you're doing. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for everyone on the chat. And make sure to follow Sam on Instagram and also on Behance. And see you around and stay tuned. There are a lot of amazing speakers coming to the Adobe Live booth. So see you in a bit.
Oh, hello and welcome to Adobe Live. We are back live at the OFF Festival. My name is Alana Flowers. I will be hosting the next two sessions, and it is my sincere honor and pleasure to be hosting the amazingly talented Jessica Hische, who is with me right now. Hi, Jessica.
Hello. Nice to meet you in person, since I assumed we met each other already because of internet.
I know, because of the internet. We're internet people, and we pass by on social media. So it's really nice to be with you here in person at the OFF Festival. For anyone who doesn't know, you guys can be fielding questions in the chat. I will be monitoring the chat throughout the session if you have questions for Jessica. And to kick things off, for anyone who doesn't know you, Jessica, isn't familiar with your work, could you give us just like a quick little...
My elevator pitch?
Yeah, your little elevator pitch, you know.
Of course, yeah. So I'm primarily a lettering artist. I do a lot of things, but that's what I do mostly for my work and what I want clients to pay me for.
Yes.
I also write and illustrate children's books, and I have 2 brick and mortar stores that I run now, which is a very big smattering of random things. But most of my work is commercial lettering work and some illustration. For all kinds of clients, I do film titles, logo work, book covers, advertising work, just kind of whoever will have me.
Wow, I mean, I've been greatly inspired by your work and your career journey. I remember being introduced to your work in my typography class in college, learning about your daily drop cap project. And I just remember how big it got. I think it just sort of went all over the internet, and I think that was my first introduction to lettering. And I wonder if you could give more insight into any early inspirations from your career, or maybe more about that project.
Oh, totally. So I went to college for graphic design and really loved it. Like, I didn't go there. I went to be a painter, but discovered graphic design and fell in love with it.
Nice.
But I realized after college that it was really being an illustrator that I probably wanted to be, because I just have always loved creating images, right? So graphic design was the thing that was the closest to that, and my program didn't really have an illustration program. But then I realized just how much I loved drawing and being an asset creator, or however you want to describe it. And so I ended up working for Louise Feely in New York, having like a more typical graphic design job. But she does a lot of custom typography as a part of her practice, and I was doing that when I was in school as well, not understanding that it was as its own field. And when I left working for her to go full-time freelance, I really wanted to make sure that I was keeping my muscles exercised in terms of doing lettering work because I was doing it so much at my job. And so daily drop cap was sort of my daily exercise to make sure that every single day I was doing lettering, even if I wasn't paid to do it. And the reason why it kind of went so viral is I launched it in early 2009. And 2009 is pre-Instagram, it's pre-36 Days of Type, pre-100 Days project. There just weren't really a ton of artists utilizing social media in that way. I was really early on Twitter, and at the time, like Twitter was like a bunch of web designers and like 6 artists. And so, and when I launched Daily Drop Cap, I launched it on Tumblr. And so there was already this sort of social component to it. But really the thing that most people don't realize made it spread was that I was also learning HTML and CSS at the time, and I included a little snippet about, like it was an image tag, and I said, anybody that wants to use these on your personal website, just copy paste this image tag into your blog and you can use it. And so people were like, this is amazing, you're giving us this free stuff, and la la la, and that's really what I think made a lot of the hubbub around it happen, was that I was posting them not just for my own use, but for other people to be involved in the project. And it just was a little, not unheard of at the time, but it wasn't like it is now where everybody is doing their own personal project and 100 days thing or whatever.
Wow, that's amazing insight. I had no idea how extensive that went and the deep history behind it. So I really appreciate the insight and you sharing that. So you have, I guess, would you describe yourself as a very online and, tech-savvy person? I feel like you mentioned, the HTML and the CSS. I remember, I feel like you've been, coding your own websites, maybe as like also a passion project as well.
Yeah.
In the
Definitely,
past.
that's a secret skill. I don't let clients know that I have that skill, except it's really useful when I'm doing a design project and they're commissioning a developer to do part of it, and the developer writes back and goes, that's not possible. And I go, I found a snippet on CodePen, here it is. So,
oh my gosh.
So calling people's bullshit is a kind of a nice way of utilizing your secret skills.
Oh, wow.
So that's very nice. But yeah, I mean, I learned web development. I love like learning new skills that help enable me to do new kinds of work. I don't usually like to experiment on other people's dimes. So like I don't want a client to hire me and that be the time that I learn a new skill. But I'm trying to sort of learn things in parallel that I can pull into my work. One of the pieces that I'm going to show today in my talk is I'm not going to show the interactive component of it, but it was an invitation, like a digital invitation for a very fancy Hollywood party. And that was me hand coding the website on top of doing the design and stuff. But that's not something that I would advertise to the world as something that I do for everybody.
Right. You got to keep it close to the chest and, only let those things out, when you really feel like it's either warranted, I guess, or you're just like, I can totally just like ace that part, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Or you're just like, this is the moment that I want to use this thing that I'm keeping to myself as my private fun thing, because I want this fun thing to be a part of this bigger project,
Wow. Speaking of like things that are just like you keep it to yourself, or like the things that you want to sort of protect from, being, I don't know, touched by client work, and then it becomes about money and business and maybe it's not as fun anymore. Do you feel like you've experienced that in your career, or you're just like, okay, this part will just be for me and I won't go past that line?
I think so. But I also want to draw a distinction between like us thinking that money corrupts all, because you should totally be paid to do work that you love to do. Like loving the work and getting paid should not like be two disparate things that aren't related to each other. But of course, like everything becomes a job eventually. And like some things you want to keep as just like a for fun hobby, and some things you're happy to have it be a job that you also like.
Yeah, and that's the sweet spot. That's like the bliss point, I think, of finding something that you can get paid for and that you really love doing at the same time. I mean, who wouldn't want that?
Yeah, and I think we get in this mode where it feels like everything that we do needs to be shared, and everything that we do needs to build upon stuff that's already there. But it's so limiting. And so if you're cool with just like having non-monetizable hobbies that have nothing to do with whatever you're doing professionally, they end up like feeding back into your other work in some way, shape, or form. Like, you know, like even if it's not directly, they can even just be something that rejuvenates you to then get re-excited about the work that does pay you.
True, true, true. You know, so where do you find a lot of your inspiration for either your personal projects or even client projects coming from? Do you still find yourself just being out and about, you know, in your local area and being like, oh wow, like I feel like something is sparking in me to create something?
Yeah, I mean, that of course happens. I think it's like the more present you are in the world, one, it's just like amazing for mental health to not be like completely disconnected from real life all the time.
Yeah, right.
But I think, to me, I think about like research as being a passive thing that kind of happens all the time. You know, there's certainly like moments when I'm doing active research for things, or like days that I dedicate to it. Like if I go to a museum, that's obviously like a very active, like pulling in imaginative resource day.
Right.
You know, but I find that overall, the most of the inspiration for client projects comes just from the brief, you know, because, and that's why I love design, is that you have these like really specific sets of constraints that you have to work within. And then the concept often comes because of the constraints. And like you can decide how much you want them to affect you. Like, you know, if for instance would be like, say you're doing a book cover about a wedding or something, you already know in your mind of like, what are the different styles that drum up in your head for wedding. You know, it's like certain kinds of scripts, high contrast serifs, engravers, fonts, things like that. And so you're pulling up that library that you acquired just through passively observing the world.
Right.
You know, and then also too, like as a lettering artist, a lot of it is just like understanding all the different ways that things can be drawn, even just in a components way. So then every time that you get a project, you're almost sort of like exquisite corpsing it together, because you're like, okay, well, these are the 10 different serifs that could work, but what one works the best conceptually, and which one will pair the best with the width that it has to be based on the layout. You know, so it's all about kind of narrowing down, and eventually you land on like 4 to 5 different things it could ever possibly be, and then it's about like drawing it as close to you, like in your style or whatever, in your medium or whatever, using those as sort of broad parameters.
Okay. So does that mean that you feel like you're, personally, you work best when you have a nice, clear brief, or do you also enjoy projects where it's like open-ended and they just trust your creative vision? They're just like, oh, just, you know, you have creative freedom, because I get kind of nervous.
I super dislike open-ended briefs. Like, they don't really work. I can't work without deadlines. I need false deadlines. I need accountability for everything. Like I originally thought I was going to self-publish my kids' books, and I just couldn't finish them. I couldn't focus. I need other people to like be like, please do this for me. You know, like, if it's not
hard
there,
reminder,
There's too many other things I like to do that are not design now at this point, where I'm like very happy to instead go to the Japanese day spa, or instead read a book, or instead do whatever.
Right.
That wasn't the case when I was in my 20s, you know, where I just like lived and breathed design. It was the only thing that really like did it for me. But now I got lots of things that do it for me. So I need clients and focus and briefs and to keep on topic.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I can definitely see your point where it's just like, okay, I need structure, I need focus, because like this work has to get done.
Well, you also know too that most of the time when a client says, do your thing, we don't care, they have an extremely specific idea of what they want in their mind, and they just haven't said it out loud.
Yes.
But what they will do is say it out loud after you do whatever it is that you want, and they go, oh, well, I thought it was going to look like this, and then they just send the singular piece in your portfolio that they were thinking it would look like. And so I just don't really trust open-ended briefs, so even if they do send them, it's not like, I'm like, sure, sounds great. Just take it with a grain of salt, you know.
So throughout your career, you've had, I'm sure, a myriad of client experiences where it's like after a while you sort of know the red flags to look out for, just like, this secretly means this, so I'm actually going to pass on this project. Or do you find yourself always, you know, open to asking more questions if you're like curious enough? Or?
I'm always open to asking more questions. I mean, usually what I'll do is like throw people's words back to them as like a, here's what you said, here's how I interpret that. Does this align with what you're thinking? You know, sort of like how you do with feedback with clients. You know, it always makes sense if a client gives you feedback to sort of like type it out, make them read it, make them sign off on it. So then as you're moving forward, you're like, I did the things you asked. And so I think in the beginning, like even if it's super open-ended, it's mostly about you have to help them create the brief for you. You know, like you still don't want to start the project with absolutely no direction.
Right.
But you go in and go, I was kind of thinking this, and you show them a mood board, or you show them a piece that you've done in the past, being like, it won't look like this, but it'll have the vibe of this. Does that feel like the right vibe?
Right.
And so like, if there's no brief, I still feel like as an artist, you kind of have to create your own brief.
Now, that's a great point, and we've been talking a lot about your client work, and you mentioned your children's books. I was wondering if now would be a great opportunity to take a look at anything that you'd want to share, whether it's your children's books or anything from your portfolio that you'd like to touch on.
Well, I can do a breeze through of my portfolio, which
Sure.
is not the most up to date. I was saying that if I knew that I was going to be like pulling my website up, I would probably have done more work on my website in the last year or two.
That's totally fine.
But yeah, so most of the work that I do that you'll see in my online portfolio, it is fairly recent. It's from like a year and a half ago or whatever. So it's not like 8 years old. But it's mostly commercial lettering work, and you can see stuff of like really different ranges. So sometimes the brief is to make something much more simple. So for this project that I did for Amazon, which was to create like sort of an apparel line with them about reading. So it was this read collection, and they created T-shirts, and I think these are probably still available.
Ooh. Hear that, chat? Grab them.
But yeah, there were these phrases that we sort of came up with of like no shelf control, one more chapter, and then coming up with different styles and a variety of things that can work together. So this is like all of the artwork is just like black and white vector artwork that I handed off to them. And we wanted to keep the designs really simple. But then I, of course, still do like quite elaborate work sometimes, like this holiday collaboration with Neiman Marcus from a couple years ago, where they commissioned me to make 7 individual pieces of lettering for these tins. And then on top of that, we created sort of a design system for a lot of other tins. So this here uses a typeface, and then I added swashes and sort of like made this typeface look beautiful and lettered. And that was because there were 17 products to do designs for, and like they just did not have the budget to commission 20 plus pieces of lettering.
Got it.
But it was fun, and it was a really fun exercise to do that. And then the other thing that was really amazing about this project is that they also commissioned a bunch of illustration and typography for it. And so as a for instance, they asked me to create like just illustrations, which I hadn't done in quite some time other than on my kids' books, you know, because I've just been doing lettering for years. And they used those illustrations on a bunch of different products, including, you know, these pajamas. And like most people that would see the illustrations are like, you do illustration? You know, just because I've been so far down the lettering scene for so long. But it was really magical to suddenly see my illustrations translated into real life objects like this cookie jar. So they took my drawing of Santa and my drawing of a Christmas tree and made a ceramic cookie jar out of it. And, you know, I have 3 kids. And so just the idea that these objects are going to be part of my kids' childhoods is like so cool and meaningful. And I feel like that doesn't happen very often with client work, you know, where you create something that, whether it's like a cultural touchstone is one thing, but like making like something that becomes like a really intense personal touchstone for both you and for other people's families. Like this will be like the heirloom cookie jar for like a lot of people. And that's like really cool and also very intimidating.
Man. And for this was a massive undertaking. And what was the timeline for that? There's like, okay, we have 6 months, or was like
it was about 6 months. And so we did it sort of in phases. So they needed to have certain things done before others because of just like production timelines. And so like for this one, for instance, they made these really beautiful like glassware and this like ceramic tray, and they partnered with other people for it. So for this, I had no idea that this is what it would happen. I made an alphabet. And they were like, maybe we'll do something with the alphabet. And what they ended up doing is just using cheers and ho, ho, ho. You know? And so they have like a full 26-letter alphabet to do whatever they want with, because that's what they paid for. But it was really fun and cool to sort of see things happen and become real-life products.
Oh my goodness, that must have been extremely special. That's a pretty unique idea where it's just like, okay, I provided you with the assets, but I have no idea how this is going to manifest later. That must have been a very pleasant surprise.
It was a very pleasant surprise. The thing was, like, a bunch of people came to me afterwards and are like, aren't you like the queen of contracts? Didn't you know? La la la. But it worked a lot like licensing, right? So if I was working with a licensing agent for a minute, and what a licensing agent does is they put together sort of like a brand book of all the assets that you have that are available, and then they shop it around. And like maybe one client picks up one thing and turns it into a pillow, and one client picks up another thing and turns it into like a pattern for a shower curtain or whatever. And so that's essentially what Neiman Marcus did. They put together a brand book with just like these 4-character illustrations, the alphabet, and then a bunch of spot illustrations that I did. And they were like, here, other vendors, do as you wish. And so when we talked about it, they were like, oh, well, we know it'll be socks. And like, that was it. Like, and I was just like, okay, like, cool. Well, we'll have Christmas socks.
Yeah.
But then as it started to roll out, it was just like, it was like Christmas morning, like every day for like a week, because I was just like, wait, it's this, wait, it's this, wait, it's this, and I was just so excited about it.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, people on the internet did not quite understand that I was like surprised by where my artwork ended up, because most people don't understand like how that licensing process can work. So just so everyone knows, I did get paid for the work. They had the rights to do it. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's extremely cool. You mentioned a part of this project was also being able to provide illustrations, and you had mentioned that aside from your children's books, I guess you don't usually dabble so much into traditional illustration as much as your lettering work. How has been getting into like more just traditional illustration for your books been?
It's been interesting. I feel like it's been really slow in terms of like how I typically work. I feel very rusty.
Okay.
But I've really changed my process quite a bit for the books. I can sort of show what that looks like.
Yeah, that would be great.
So I'll go down to my first book. So my first kids book is called Tomorrow I'll Be Brave. And Tomorrow I'll Be Brave and Tomorrow I'll Be Kind are sort of like bedtime poems. And the illustrations are very bright and colorful. They are vector. So I'm doing my like typical process of doing a sketch, vectorizing it, tightening it up, adding some textures if I feel like it, etc. And so all of the illustrations in this book are more closely aligned to what my illustration style was when I was starting, but like evolved and not that of a 22-year-old, as I'm not 22. And but as I kept working, the illustrations got more sophisticated. And so with Tomorrow I'll Be Kind, I feel like I started adding more detail, like figuring out how to add more dynamism to the characters, and just sort of like, it just really grew up a little bit between those two books because I felt more comfortable illustrating. And then for my third book, it completely shifted gears. And so because with this one, I wanted it to have quite a bit more detail in the book, to the point where I wouldn't have been able to do it as vector. Like it just would have taken like months and months and months for me to add that much detail in the vector work. I had to sort of come up with a new style that was a hybrid of me like drawing by hand in Procreate or Adobe Sketch, and working in Adobe Illustrator. And so what I was doing was sort of like popping back and forth between having these hand-drawn elements for detail or for background, and then the vectorization was like more of for colorizing, and then also for the characters that were in the foreground. So you can kind of see it here where the building itself is actually just all drawn, but then the characters are vector and the color is added as vector, and the way that I'm doing, like combining them is all in Illustrator. And so I'm exporting bitmap files of the hand-drawn stuff, bringing it into Illustrator to colorize it and layer it with the vector work that I'm doing.
Wow. That is quite a process.
It is quite a process. It definitely changed a lot. And I feel, but the thing is, and it took me a while working on this book. Like this book was quite hard to do because I was evolving my process like as I was making up the rules as I was going. But now I feel so much more comfortable having a style that I would say is like specifically tailored towards working on children's book stuff or just working on more these like hybrid illustration lettering projects. And I'm just really like excited moving forward that it is going to be a bit more smooth sailing. It won't be like, I won't be reinventing the wheel with every new book. And so that's been really fun and exciting.
Oh, that's super cool. I mean, it's really refreshing to hear you, you know, go through that process and like how you're just like, okay, book one was this challenge, and then book two was, you know, sort of similar to the first one, but then this third one was completely different in terms of like, okay, what kind of illustration style and what kind of feeling do I want it to have? So, I mean, you just took that challenge head on. You're just like, okay, well, this is my project. So you had full creative control, I would imagine, as the author illustrator.
Mostly. I mean, I'm working with a publisher, so they do have a say, but I think it just goes to show that like it does take time to find your style. You know, the main thing that I always tell people if they're trying to figure their style out is to just find a medium they feel comfortable in, because like that's really how you're spending your time, is like working in that medium, and whatever medium brings you joy, the style will come from it. You know, like, and so for me, I love working in Illustrator, like it is my medium, and I love how the work looks in the end, and I have become more comfortable with my hand drawings. I just wasn't comfortable with it when I was younger, which is why I've loved Illustrator so much. Because I'm just too much of a perfectionist. I can't be like, drawn, done, moving on. Like, you know, my sketches have gotten really tight over time, but I still feel like they're not good enough. And this has just been me, like, stepping into the fact that I can draw with my hands, you know, and feeling better about it. But yeah, I mean, I think our styles change and shift over time, so you shouldn't feel intimidated if you haven't really found your voice with it yet. It's just about like finding the medium that feels good and working in it until you, and using all the typical art school things we learn about hierarchy and rule of thirds or whatever, you know? And using those tools, but with the medium that you love to find the style that works for you.
Wow, I mean, that wrapped up really well, because I feel like that was just like a really great nugget of advice. It was like, if you don't have a style yet, like it's okay. You'll find it. It's waiting for you. Find the medium, and it'll come naturally, I think. So, well, we've got like a minute left, but I thank you so much, Jessica. I mean, it was really great seeing your work and speaking with you today. And to anyone who wasn't able to join us at OFF, you could always catch the replays of these interviews. We'll be live for a little bit more today and tomorrow. So thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to all of you who are joining us again on Adobe Live. We are live at OFF Festival, and my name is Alana Flowers. I will be hosting this session, and I am joined today by the amazingly talented Eike König. Hi, Eike. How are you?
Hi. Good to see you. Thanks very much, for having me.
Yes, of course. You know, we were chatting a little bit before. This is your third time at the OFF Festival?
Yeah, it's the third time now. I can't remember which was the first time, but it's the third time now. And it's the first time that I'm with my family, so.
Oh, wow. So even more special.
Yeah, it's very, very special. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So anyone who is joining us in the chat, feel free to ask questions for Eike. I can field those from Behance, from YouTube, if you have any. But to start things off, Eike, if you could just give us a brief, elevator pitch about yourself, anyone who's not familiar with you or your work.
Okay. I mean, I started my career in the music industry. I was an art director of a techno label back then in Frankfurt, working on record sleeves and the whole branding for the record label.
Wow.
And then in 1994, I started my studio named Hort. Hort is an old word for kindergarten.
Oh.
So something in between industry and studying. I thought I needed to have a place that is or feels safe for me. So I think the name is quite good. And in the beginning, we just worked for the music industry, but then we opened up for commercial clients, but also cultural institutions. We have been working for the MoMA, the New York Times, but also Nike, and a bunch of other small cultural institutions.
Wow.
And since 2013, I'm also doing, or I have an artistic practice on the side. And since 2011, I'm teaching graphic design illustration at the university. So kind of three different things, not different things, they're all somehow together, but yeah, that's the elevator pitch. I think we are on the 30th floor right now.
No, that was a great explainer. I mean, like you said, you have a lot of things that you are dealing with. That you've got your studio, you have your individual practice as well.
Yeah.
But in the beginning, you said you went to university. Were you longing for I want to have my own studio and work with like a big group of people, or were you very independent starting out?
I think I think back in the days, I mean, that's more than 30 years ago, most people who studied ended up in big agencies. And I had no, it didn't really feel right for me to be in a agency with a strict structure where I had to work up my levels. I mean, that's normal, but I thought I had an experience that I feel like if I open up something by myself, then I can design that space, and I can also design the way we work together. So after working for 1 year at the label, I thought I can do that also by myself. Then I have the freedom to decide with whom I work, the way I work, and when I work. And so for me back then it was the biggest freedom I could think of as a graphic designer, and that's why I opened it up. And then for sure starting to work with people, I mean, I never really thought about how this could develop. I mean, there was no business plan, there was no, you know, it was just like I was young. I thought like, okay, I mean, nothing can happen, just do it, you know. And that's why I started it. And then my first employee came in, and then I figured out the problems of working together, but also the potential of collaborating with people. And I decided, okay, I really would like to collaborate a lot with people, especially with people who can do things I cannot do. So that was an add-on to my own, you know, not having similar personalities like myself next to me, but more seeking for creatives that do things I cannot do. And then because of that, open up also the things we can offer to clients.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really important, you being able to recognize that for yourself. It's just like, I could learn how to do X, Y, and Z other things, but it's like, that's not really where my strength is, so let me just, you know, collaborate or hire people who already are very strong in these other areas. And what kind of areas did you see, you know, that you wanted to have collaborators for, that were maybe something that you weren't as strong in for your own work or something like that?
I mean, there are all kinds of, you know, like, I mean, everything develops quickly, you know, technology, and suddenly there was the internet, so I needed to have a web page, you know, that was back in these days, you know, so I had to ask someone to program it and stuff. You know, that was the add-ons in the beginning, but also 3D artist. I used to work very early with 3D graphics in my work. And back then it was more silicon graphics machines, so very, very high-end expensive. But later, software became more cheap, but I needed to find the right people who could or who were professionals in these areas, and I just asked them to collaborate on special projects for that. But that was always back then in the music industry, so music videos and you know, all these things that were related to music, I couldn't do by myself. I needed to have a team, and that's how it started. Yeah.
Wow, that's really cool. So, you know, let's get into some of your amazing work. It'd be really great to see anything that you've prepared, a presentation or your portfolio. If we could get into any kind of projects that you'd love to share with us.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's hard to go into the archive of what we have done so far, because it's a lot. But I thought about why not talk about a little bit of the work we did for Chanel, and especially Le 19M from Chanel, because there was a breaking point in our studio due to COVID. I mean, that was for most of us, I think, like an earthquake, and suddenly we figured out how thin the ice is on which we are walking when we offer graphic design as a service, because a lot of just projects got stopped, and especially if you work in the cultural field, there were no audience for the museum, so there was no communication needed and stuff like that. So
we all get affected.
And but suddenly we had this project together with Chanel in Paris. It was a new building they were building for their maison d'arts. That means all the workshops that do that do the details for fine for haute couture, like jewelry, hat makers, shoemakers, embroidery. In all these workshops, they wanted to collect together in one big building. Because they were spread out in Paris. It was also about keeping the heritage of these crafts and also educate the people about these crafts. So it was not just a workshop place, but also an open space for the for the public to go for workshops and lectures. But there's also a cafe, and you can go into the workshops and see how the people are working on these crafts.
Wow, that sounds extremely special
Yeah.
and like a huge undertaking.
Yeah, that was really, really amazing, and it was for me working with. It's never working with a brand. It's always working with people. That's what I figured out, you know, because people were asking me, is it different if you work with MoMA or with a small producer? And I was like, no. In the end, it's a person,
right.
And there's a history, a biography, and there's a big part you don't know about, and there's fear and hope, and all these things involved, like emotions. So
Yeah.
you have to deal with people. So it's similar in each size. And but for me, it was always important that that not just the people I'm working with in my studio, but also the people we work with from the client side.
Wow.
We always wanted to have or build up a relationship that is not just a project, you know. So it's I was always seeking for long-term relationships with clients, and but there was a new one. But that's why I also showed the team who was involved.
That's special.
From Paris, but also from our side. We have, hold on, this is Eloise from Paris, she's from Hort. Then we have Michel from Frankfurt, Lizzie is in Athens, and Christian is in Copenhagen. So my team right now at Hort is quite remote because of the pandemic, I think. Everyone works where they live, and everyone only works on projects, or we only work on projects together. So we don't have a daily meeting routine, or we don't have a physical space where we go and meet.
Okay.
It's really just on a project. And this is the building they built. It's quite
Wow.
impressive.
Yeah.
With this beautiful facade. And it's called 19M because it's also the area in Paris where it's located. And when they came to us, they had already a logo with this little icon showing the shape of the building, but also the facade, and 19M. And the logo itself was also by the architect Rudy Ricciotti, who built also the building. So there was already a logo we had to deal with, and we also had to deal with some. Or when we work on projects like this, we always look for references. So that's all our solutions are somehow having references in, for example, architecture, here in craft, and for example here fashion or high fashion and details.
Yeah.
The location itself, where it is, and the vision of the place. So it's not just a brand you create; it's also a vision you create.
Right.
And because of that, or when you look into haute couture, it's a lot about craft in history, but also craft in contemporary. So we were looking for a typeface that was very much speaking that kind of language, and we chose a typeface named Bradford by Lawrence Brunner, and his references are, or it's a digital version of a very old typeface, a hot metal typeface, and it has a lot of details. That is the guy who designed it. And this is the reference of where he built up his own typeface.
Wow.
You can see where it comes from. And that's also the bridge we wanted to build between history and enter now by just using this typeface. It has a lot of details. If you look in the details, that has a reference to the facade of the building. So,
wow, that's beautiful.
An important part also was the language we were using, or we wanted to use. 19M sounded a little bit like a highway sign, you know. And we were like, okay, that's not the way we wanted to talk to people, so we added the pronoun le. And that we added to all the parts of the building, le 19e, le café, le toilette, l'exposition. And we called it then human-centered tone of voice. I mean, that's a little bit over the tone, but that's the way we used to say it. And because we used the typeface, the Bradford, we figured out that we had to find a special M in between these cuts that works together with le 19. I mean, now I'm going a little bit too much into detail, probably.
We only have a couple minutes
because
left,
we don't have so much time, you know.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So, there were some sub-brands like La Galerie with the cafe that is more like a flexible system. You can see how it works on the gallery itself as a sticker. But then we decided that the original logo doesn't work for us anymore. We tried it to minimalize it and stuff like that, but we figured out we don't need it. It's not. We don't. You know, if you go to Paris and see the Eiffel Tower, I think that's a brand, the Eiffel Tower. You know, that works as a brand element. But here we don't really need it. So we took it away. That's how we set up the design system, referring to the facade and the 5 lines. We have the 5 lines in our design system. And then we started to design the basics, the letterhead, the business cards and stuff like that. And the good thing on that is if you design just not just a brand, you also design the space. So there are some references in the signature, in the signage, not signature. Originally we referred it to a chair by Coco Chanel with this red and black color. So that's how we set up the system for the signage. But I think I'm going a little bit too much into detail now.
But it shows how thorough your process is and how extensive it is.
Yeah.
And I think that's great for everyone who's viewing who can't be at OFF with us to see. So we really appreciate you sharing your process, Eike. I mean, being able to see this project, is this available on your portfolio? Or?
Not yet, No, we didn't set it up, so it's somehow the first time that I really show it, because it's so broad in you know, like we had to design the icon graphics. You know, they are connected to the typeface and stuff like that. So it speaks the same language and so on. And it's very broad in the applications and the needs and who's going to use it, how it's used and stuff like that. So that's why. But it's probably a little bit too much in depth. Yeah.
Well, we thank you so much for your time spending here with us, Eike, and I very much look forward to your talk today, or maybe it's tomorrow. Actually, I should look at the schedule. But thank you so much for joining us, and all of you in the chat on Adobe Live, thank you for joining us, and stay tuned. We're going to be speaking with more artists. We have Joshua Davis upcoming, so do not go away. So. We'll see you guys soon.
Yeah.
All
Bye. I didn't.
Welcome back to Adobe Live. We're joining you here live in Barcelona, Spain as part of the OFF Festival. I'm Clara Galan. I work on the community team here at Adobe in Barcelona. And today I'm very excited to be joined by Joshua Davis.
Hey, hey, hey.
How's it going, Joshua?
Not bad, not bad.
Hi, and this is your
24th
off.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've been at every off for the past 24 years. The first one was in 2001.
2001.
Yeah. I think
wow.
they call me like the grand poppy of OFF.
You're the godfather of OFF.
I'm the godfather of the OFF Festival.
That's amazing. And how have you seen it change over the years?
Yeah, it's funny. Like the first year, it was like a night event, and it was like in 6 different spots. Like you'd go hear a talk here, you'd go see a film here, you'd go see a music performance there. So it was definitely more disconnected, and then it kind of got connected, and then it just got bigger and bigger, and we had to move venues because we couldn't support the amount of people who come. And we've been here at the D Hub now for the past couple of years, and we can support all these fantastic people coming to worship in the Church of OFF.
Yeah, that's so cool that it's grown so much, and that people from all over the world, like everyone who's come to the Adobe Live booth and the Adobe booth that we've met, it's just great to see so many different creatives. And Joshua, I know you're a fellow Californian like myself, so tell me a little bit about where you're based and
Sure,
your background.
I was born in California, but I grew up in Colorado, so I spent about half my time in California and Colorado. And then in New York, I moved to New York in 1992 because I thought, well, that's where all the artists are. That's where Warhol is, and wherever Warhol is, you go. And so I moved to New York in 92 and went to a school out there called Pratt and was studying like traditional fine art. And then 1995, I found computers and programming. And so, it's been this kind of like 30-year journey of using technology and computers to make art.
Wow, that's really cool, and I know we're going to.
I'm the old guy.
I'm like, here I am, the most experienced and have the wisest,
the white wizard. Yes.
Well, I know you have a lot that you're going to show us here today.
We'll try,
I'm going to check the chat here too. So we are streaming live from Adobe Live YouTube, Creative Cloud YouTube, and Behance. So if you're just tuning in, go ahead and post in the chat where you're joining us from. If you have any questions for Joshua, we'll get to those at the end. So I'm just going to look in here in the chat really quickly.
Any questions for the wizard?
We have some people joining in. Oh, I got a comment on the music that we transitioned with Ibiza summer music. Sounds fun.
Nice.
But anyway, if you have any questions, post them in there, and we will go ahead and dive in. So if you want to go ahead and share your screen, and we'll check out all of your work.
Yeah, how do I do that? Does it just happen automatically? Do they just see it?
I think it's a magical thing that you're...
So it's on?
It will appear.
So would I see it here? Or no, it's just, it's happening.
It'll be happening behind the scenes
Happening,
very soon.
great, cool.
There we go.
There we go, sweet. Yeah, so, 30 years I've been actually using code to make work, and usually every time I've come here to OFF, I've tried to like talk about my process a little bit, and so I thought I would run through like very quickly like some stuff on a new project that I had just completed. Back in 2008, there was a band out of Brazil called the Omega Code that did this kind of like marketing thing where they asked a bunch of artists to make posters for this album that was coming out. And so I was one of the artists that they had asked to make some work. And this is going to get fun because I'm writing programming and actually output it to Illustrator, and I'm going to show you how tragic this process was back in 2008.
Hopefully it's gotten a lot better.
It's gotten way better. It's gotten way better. So the band ran from 2007 to 2015, and basically I was using Flash and ActionScript at the time, and I was outputting this stuff to PostScript. So this is actually all vector. And I would output it to PostScript, and so that way I could open it up in Illustrator. And I think it's, I'm going to talk about how I've been playing No Man's Sky a lot on the PlayStation 5.
Okay.
And
that's like, I want to hear the inspiration behind this theme. Like, there's a lot of layers.
Well, it's funny because I did this poster back in 2008, and then No Man's Sky comes out in 2016. They totally stole my colors. I'm fine. I'm fine with that. I'm fine. But I was doing this kind of planet thing, and I was playing this game recently, and I kind of wanted to revisit this project, and I'll showcase that in a bit. These were kind of the first initial tests that I did, ripping these to PostScript, and I love showing this because at the time, in 2008, when I was outputting these programs to PostScript and opening them up in Illustrator, you can see here, it's 144,998 vectors. So I always joke that Adobe should have made like a custom dialog box for me that just says, I hate you, because these were very hard to open in 2008.
Sounds really intense.
So I was outputting these to Illustrator, and I was just, again, we're gonna, because I want us to have some more time to talk, but for a long time I've been interested in systems, like this idea of like programming an environment and seeing what kind of behaviors I can do within that environment. So here I'm doing like a Bezier grid system where I have this grid, and then it can generate Bezier points between those points, and it would generate some kind of structure. So it's kind of interesting to try to like employ these kind of techniques to find out what kind of visual assets that I can come out with, right? So this is one program that I'm running a bunch of different times, but somehow changing the parameters, right? And then I slowly start to tweak it to try to, because it's random and because it's an equation that's running, I'm trying to sort of dictate all of the rules in programming so that I can get some kind of structure so that I then can output this back to vector and hopefully open it up in Illustrator. So this is me kind of like tweaking all of these environments. And again, this is the same program, but generating a bunch of different patterns here. And let's just fast forward. Again, like really interested in using systems to make work. And what's funny is a good friend of mine, Chuck Anderson, is trying to do this now manually in Illustrator, where he's like employing these kind of systems to try to kind of generate stuff in Illustrator, which is super rad. So, made this poster in 2008, and I just thought, what would happen if you had made a poster back in 2008, and it was done in a program called Flash, that you no longer had access to that program, and you couldn't open up these files. So I was like, how could I try to recreate this, but from memory? Because I can't open the source files, and I can't remember exactly what I did, but I think I kind of remember what I did. So I thought it would be a cool exercise to try to rewrite this using today's technology, but doing it from memory. So 15 years later, I start this project over again called the Omega Code. And this time I'm doing it in JavaScript, so I could run this in the browser. And you know, I'll blaze through these, but you know, it's like for 30 years I've been talking about how you can use code to help part of the design process, but I've never really sort of gone in like great depth about like, well, how do you do that? Like, what does that mean? You know? So these are like some of the things that I think about, and all the stuff that I'm going to show you, it's on Discord. And so not only have I outlined all of the stuff of how I did it, but also all the source files are there. So if people want to like look at the code, they can.
Where in Discord have you posted it? We can share that in the chat later.
Yeah, I have a slide that shows my Discord channel.
Sounds great.
So here I'm just generating some stars, right? And then I might think about like, okay, well I know I want like a planet in the center. So I'm putting that as a higher layer. And again, this is all done with code. I might have something that tilts the horizon a certain amount, right? But it's controlled. So I've got these numbers up here where it might only rotate 4 degrees, 8 degrees, 12 degrees, right? So I'm controlling the amount of tilt that I can do, whether clockwise or counterclockwise. Then I might say, okay, well, you know, what if I start doing some gradient glows? And what if they are behind that horizon line or in front of that horizon line, right? So I'm sort of showing all the steps of how I build. Now you remember what the poster looked like, and like, right? So it's like, crap, how are we going to get from this to that, right? And this will take me maybe a month or so of coding to try to get this to work. So here I'm adding more gradients to kind of like add some weight to the bottom of this piece. What does it look like if I'm adding different colors, right? Rather than it just being sort of like black space, you know, maybe I want to introduce color in some way. Maybe making these concentric rings so that it really sort of anchors and darkens this kind of planet that's floating. And then I work a lot with complementary colors. And so I actually wrote a program where, and you guys do this actually in Photoshop or Illustrator really well, which is you can input a set of colors and then kind of get the complement colors.
The complementary scheme.
I had to program it. So here I would sort of program like, hey, these are my base colors, and can you generate actually the complementary colors? And that's been like a really cool technique where I can write a program that helps me not only generate my base colors and my complementary colors, but it'll actually do gradients. So the initial color that I'll start with is somewhere in the middle, and then I'll ask it to go like 20 shades lighter or 20 shades darker. So I'm using program to help me like really generate these dynamic color palettes on the fly. I'm obsessed with color, really, really obsessed with working with color. So here is just some of these stars in those complementary colors to see how they actually harmonize pretty well, right? And again, I'm just slowly building up this program. Now, in my original file that I wrote back in 2008, I actually had a version where I went into Illustrator, selected everything, and just turned it into black and white so that it would do this kind of like wireframe thing. So I thought, okay, I actually want to have that happen. So even though I'm making this color stuff, I do want this moment where maybe I could toggle to this kind of wireframe mode where it just shows all the vectors in black and white. So while I'm writing this program, I want to make sure that I implement that I can toggle to this particular system. Now I want to like do something with the planet. So this is a little bit tricky in programming where I'm generating a circle, generating some gradients, and then having it mask where, you know, it's kind of easy in your tools. It's not so easy to do in programming to have where I can have some gradients on this planet. Then I can start to say like all of these green dots, I'm gonna put them on a row, a grid row, and then I'm just gonna randomize their Y positions, and that's because I'm gonna attach more gradients along that. So then I get this kind of like nebula, outer spacey kind of vibe. Then I thought, well, maybe I want to put like a Saturn ring around the planet, and maybe I want this kind of like top gradient thing. It was like an idea that I was toying with. Again, testing it against the black and white. Wasn't quite sure if I wanted to use it. Remember, this is our source. This is what we're trying to make from memory. And you know, I'll come back to this as I'm showing you kind of the steps going through it. So then I decided, well, like, okay, I need something like on the planet, so I thought I would do this kind of spherical thing, and I wasn't quite sure of the orientation of the planet, so you'll see I kind of tweak this a little bit as we go. Eventually I'm like, you know what, I want to do like a traditional kind of random ring around this planet, rather than the dots before I had it where it was kind of these pixelated version. Went to kind of traditional rings on this. And then eventually I end up tilting the planet up a little bit higher, right? And so I'll just kind of like go through these, but you can see now I'm pushing things back. I'm generating this grid and then applying noise to it, so it kind of makes these like little wisps. And it's funny, when most people are working in Photoshop or Illustrator, they're doing this on layers. Like they're opening up a layer palette and then they're trying an idea. And so I'm doing very much the same thing, but I'm saying everything that I program is kind of programmed on this layer, and I'm trying things like, put it above, put it below. But it's almost the same exact practice, except for everything that I'm doing is because it's generative, I can run this program 1,000,000 times and I would get 1,000,000 different outputs, right?
Yeah, wow.
So here I'm testing some kind of new movements, and here you can see it's changing the patterns on the sphere, right? Got to make sure it looks good in black and white mode, which looks pretty dope. Loving that. The Barbie movie just came out, so I had to
aligned.
had to do Barbie
Had
pink.
to do some pink.
Had to do some Barbie pink in there.
Yeah.
Right? Now here's the fun bit, is if I wanted to draw some assets, like when I'm in Illustrator, it's pretty easy with the pen tool. I could just start to select some points, but if I wanted to have this particular shape, I actually have to think about like, okay, well, if this is 0, 0, you know, where would this be on the x-axis and y-axis? I'm always having to think like, where are the coordinates if I were just doing them with code? And you're going to see here in a little bit, I got a really cool trick for doing something a little fancier. But here you can see like this pattern, I've actually am having to write out all the code for begin shape, end shape, and then actually all the vertex points as they are in space. And then I can say, it's almost like a symbol. It's almost like an Illustrator symbol. And then I can say like, hey, I want 100 of those. And it just kind of populates them out on the screen. And I'm using code to sort of randomly align them. Then I put in these like little slashes, right? So I'm slowly building up. Then I had this idea that it would be cool if I did this kind of as a long form time-based piece where this piece would run for 7 days and every day it would change colors. So I was having to think about, you know, each day, how would this particular piece change colors if it only could live online for people to view over 7 days.
I love how it moves too. It almost reminds me of like an orbiting planet and like the changing of the system.
And it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. So here, same thing where I'm kind of doing these like spin outs, where I'm kind of like doing these like orbit movements around the planet. And a lot of times, like I'll work these out as like separate ideas and then fold them into the piece and say like, okay, cool. How would I take this thing and then, you know, again, maybe move it behind so it's like a layer behind the thing. And then rather than doing these strings, like what would happen if I start to add some weight to them, you know? And so now I would get these kind of like strings, right? So we're slowly building up, because like look at these like little strings here in my original piece, right? So I'm slowly like building each of these pieces, hoping that I get somewhat close to this original poster that I did in 2008. Started adding some other kind of scaling to the thing, right? So maybe I limit the amount and change how they scale up. Sometimes I go a little too far. Sometimes I make mistakes, but I keep all my mistakes, right? So this is where something went wrong with the math, and I was like, but I'm going to keep that for later, you know?
Yeah,
we'll come back to you, you know? Doing things where like it changes the color or the scale based on where it is on the radius. So there's this kind of invisible radius that is affecting the color and also the scale based on whether it's either inside or outside a specific hidden circle that only the programming sees, right? So cool, folding that in, that's all looking good. And then eventually I start, adding these like larger kind of fabric things, nebulous around the planet. And I was like, I don't know if I like this. Like I like part of it, but maybe not all of it. So I come back to this where I do these concentric rings where I end up like blocking part of it. And I just think, that looks really great because it feels dense and heavy and like space. And then you kind of got this explosion that's happening like around the top of the planet, right? So I'm slowly building up and adding all these gradients, testing all the different colors, making sure that all the colors look good, right? Does it look good on white? Does it look good on black, right? Then I said, okay, well now I want maybe little radio waves emanating from the planet. So write this little program to generate these kind of waves emanating out. And then the trick is that I just duplicate it and flip it, and then just move their positions, and no one's none the wiser that they're exactly the same thing, right? Here it looks different, but if you actually just flipped on and moved it,
it would be the same, the exact same frequency.
I just mirrored it, right? And so now I have these things kind of waving out, and if I change the color, it starts to add this kind of texture that's there, but a little bit more subtle, right? So then I start adding these little planet explosions that I want to have happen here, on each of the edges of the planet. But what I want to do is do this system of concentric circles where it thins out as it moves out. So there's more dense colors here, more dense circles here, and then it sort of thins out as it goes out, right? So now we add this onto the side, and again, we change it to our complementary colors, which looks dope. And then we could do stuff like maybe put some type in it and put some circles around it. Maybe I hide the circles or have the circles, haven't really decided, kind of looks cool, maybe we'll keep that, right? So I'm just slowly building this up, right? I'm getting closer, right? Can you believe from 10 minutes ago, you're like, how the hell is Josh Davis going to get from there? Yeah, we're doing it. So trying with different colors, again, black and white looks dope, right? And it just keeps progressing. Then I decided I was going to do this darkness mode, which I thought was super fun, where I'd make everything sort of black and gray, but maybe these super saturated punches of color like teal and red, right? So playing with color. Trying things where it would be all red or all blue, super fun. And here's the fun part. This is the part that I absolutely love. So made all these little tiny details that were in the original poster that I did, but they're kind of anchored on top, and they were kind of like a map. This is the weather, and this is the topography of that planet. Well, I had done all this in Illustrator, and so I was thinking, well, how am I going to take all this stuff in Illustrator and move it into programming? And what I ended up doing is as long as you save as SVG, SVG you can open up in a text editor, and I'm able to see actually all the X and Y coordinates of all of the art. So then I could start to build this push, pop, begin shape, end shape, and vertex, but all of these X and Y coordinates are Illustrator to SVG, SVG to a text editor, and then I can hijack all of the, so thank you. You saved me a lot of time.
Going through those 3 steps, those 3 programs.
Saved me a lot of time opening up my vectors in Illustrator.
This is so cool to see just that combination, using coding, using JavaScript in addition to Adobe tools. For an artist who is maybe more of a designer or has just used Illustrator, Photoshop, and they wanted to start to experiment with something like this and experiment with code, what would you recommend? Where would be the first place to start?
So a really good place to start is probably processing. Processing has a really big community online. Dan Schiffman runs a YouTube channel called The Coding Train, which is really great. I have a Discord channel that's all for creative coding. I'm going to show that slide in a minute. Where a lot of this stuff we'll talk about hey, here's the source files of how I made this stuff. Cool. So there are a lot of resources. And again, the nice bit is that I'm able to use Illustrator to output my vectors to get them into my programming, and then I'm doing my programming to then get them back to Illustrator. And you'll see here we're going to do prints, and those go from programming straight back to Illustrator, and then I'm able to print these out.
Awesome. I'm going to look in the chat too really quickly if there's any questions, because you've covered so much.
Yes.
We have, someone said, programming with variables that have hex color codes, insane. I love it.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Love it.
And if there's any questions, again, from YouTube or Behance, we're live at OFF Festival in Barcelona, so go ahead and add those in the chat.
Whoops. So here I add like kind of like an orbit thing, like if it had been like a rocket shooting out from the planet, right? But I'm changing things where this is a Bezier curve, so this Bezier curve may tilt this way or it may tilt that way. But so it's random. So every time it runs, I'm going to get a different curve, but it's emanating from the same spot. So I know that aesthetically it's going to look good, but I'm getting a lot of variation because I'm changing how that Bezier curve actually twists. And what I'm trying to do is get these kind of things that I've marked here on the poster, you know? And so what happens when I change the scale? And so here I added this white one, and that kind of mimics this white one that's here in the poster. And so now I can get to this kind of like, okay, I think I'm getting close to done, right? Where I've got a piece of code that can generate 100% vectors that I then can bring into Illustrator to print. Right? And I've got all these different colorways. And again, I think the reason why I liked using programming so early on is because I remember in the beginning, it's like I was just exclusively working in, you know, either mostly Illustrator. I'm an Illustrator guy. Okay. Photoshop, you're fine. Illustrator,
Illustrator's where it's at.
You're my true love. But I was like, okay, I'm going to make this piece. But if I wanted to do like a different mutation or a different variation, I would have to start a new file and just start over again. I was like, I wonder if there's a way where I could use programming where I could use these two tools and now I have something that can generate an infinite number of compositions. So if you were an Illustrator user and I was me and I would say, okay, cool, we're going to make this poster. The time it would take you to make one, I could have made 5,000. Just randomly and off the gate. So here I'm just showing like a bunch of different final compositions. We outputted them back to Illustrator and actually printed them out. I had this thing where again every 24 hours it would go from black to gold to pink, Barbie pink, nice sand color, purple, orange, and then we ended with white. So this piece you could live with over 7 days and it would change colors. And then we had this kind of rare black mode that would happen, this rare wireframe mode that would happen, and this rare red one and blue one, which were kind of like super uniques. And of course, these get printed at Prince, and these were raffled for free down at Art Basel, Miami.
Oh, cool.
So I'm on Discord. There's about 800 of us now, I think, on Discord. So it's discord.gg/PrayStation. We just cover processing P5.js. We're doing a lot of AI now. We're tinkering with Stable Diffusion, which is really fun. So definitely, if you're interested in creative coding, we would love to have you ask questions on Discord. That's my job. Like I wake up every morning and somebody has a question, I'd be like, I'm going to write that for you. Like, thank you very much. Let's do this.
That's great. We have a big community with Adobe on Discord too for each of the tools. So we'll definitely have to share that with our community, and maybe we can do a hangout together sometime.
Definitely more time
that
on
would be
Discord.
Cool.
Yeah, love it. So thank you. I think if there's any questions or you want to rap about any other stuff.
I'm just looking at here in the chat.
If we could pull up my Twitter account, man.
Please do, yes. And
do
then
I
I'm
do
looking
that
if
on
there's
this
any
machine?
other. Oh, one question from Alexander. Which JavaScript libraries are you using?
Just P5.js, which is, so there's processing, which was what processing started off in Java, right? And then they did P5.js, which is a port from Java, but it's just in JavaScript. So everything that I just showed was actually in P5.js. Let me just can I do this? Does this work?
It sure does. I still have to get myself used to saying X, and it's always Twitter in my head.
Oh yeah, come on, let's you know, we're friends and family here.
We'll pull that up, and I know we've got about a minute left, so if you have any questions, go ahead and post those in the chat. And we'll pull up Joshua's.
This is what I want to talk about.
This is where you were in
So
London,
I was just in London.
Yeah,
I have a
cool.
show that's running there for the whole month of April. It's at a place called W1 Curates. And it's an exhibition on the outside of the building, and then there's an experience that happens in the basement that runs for 38 minutes. So if you're in London or stopping by London and have a chance to see, I have a solo show happening at W1 Curates, and it's super fun, super fun.
Well, we'll definitely have to check that out next time the team is in London, and hopefully the community can too. Joshua, thank you so much for joining us today. It was so nice to see you in Barcelona.
Likewise.
And hope we can stay connected on Discord and do some more cool events together. Awesome. Thanks, everyone. We'll be back with our last episode of the day, so please be sure to stay tuned for Man vs. Machine, and we'll have another portfolio review coming soon. If you are on Instagram, we're also posting some behind the scenes of Adobe Live on Instagram, so be sure to check that out, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back to Adobe Live. We are joining you here live from the OFF Festival in Barcelona, Spain. I'm Clara Galan, and I work on the community team here at Adobe in Barcelona. And I'm very excited to be joined by Mike Alderson. Thanks so much for joining us today.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
How has it been in Barcelona so far?
Pretty jet laggy.
Pretty jet laggy. You're coming from Los Angeles, you
Yeah,
said,
I got
right?
in from LA on Tuesday night, and I'm getting old, so the jet lag catches up with me. So yeah.
It's a long. I'm from San Francisco originally, so I know the flight it can be very long.
Yeah. No, I'm all good. Good times. I love this city, so.
Yeah, it's an amazing
every time
city.
I come here, I want to come and live here.
Yeah, I actually did that. I did move here, so
Yeah,
I
there
get
you
that. How has OFF Festival been so far?
Great. Yeah, I
Yeah.
caught a couple of talks this morning. I'm doing my talk on Saturday at the end of the day, so scrambling to get that keynote finished. And yeah, so far so good, but we're just day one, so
Yeah.
it's going to be a slog.
Well, it's a good start.
Yeah.
So tell me more about Man versus Machine.
Man vs. Machine is a design and direction company. We started in 2007. So we're entering our 18th year now. We've been around a while. And yeah, we're a motion design studio. We focus on we stay as close to brand as possible. Brand communications, product communications. We make a point of not getting distracted with any peripheral things like AR, VR, NFTs. We stay true to what we think is the most consistent part of the industry. So even though we're kind of like a cool company with our outputs, we're actually kind of old-fashioned in our business model because we like longevity and consistency, which is, we knew we were in it for the long haul, so we thought we'd come up with a business model that would hopefully stay constant while the landscape shifted under us and budgets drop and rise. And nearly 18 years, so it's kind of working. It's kind of working.
Yeah, it's really amazing. I've been following your different social accounts to see some of your work, and I know we'll see a show reel, a brand new show reel, never been shown before, in a few minutes. But if you are just joining in the chat, so we are live on Behance, Adobe Live, and Creative Cloud YouTube. So if you have any questions for the Man vs. Machine team, we'll be able to answer those live for you. And then you can be sure to expect a portfolio review. So this is our last episode for today, for the first day of OFF. So this is your last chance for today to ask any questions in the chat. And then, of course, we'll be live again here tomorrow. So with that, why don't we go ahead and dive into the show reel? Let's check it out.
Let's do it.
Exciting to know, never been seen before.
No, this edit got finished yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, so cool.
There you go.
So tell me a little bit more about some of the projects featured in there and some of the clients that you worked with.
Yeah, that's a decent summary of the last 17 years. Obviously, the super old stuff's not in there, but yeah, our thing is, always was, it's the Man versus Machine thing. It plays out into our business. People perceive it as a battle between Man versus Machine, but we've never seen it that way. We see it as a kind of a cuddle or a dance between the people and the process. So our thing is to try and just have everything all at once. So make the coolest work and make enough money so everyone gets paid And we entered it thinking it was that way. We never approached the business thinking we'll do cool projects with no budget, and then we'll do good budget projects and not show anyone. It was always just, let's do both. Idealistic, but it worked. So we get to work with cool brands, and that's kind of easier. But my favorite stuff is when we work with the more, the super mainstream stuff, you know, like less cool brands like Purple Mattresses. Like we did a launch film for them. And if they come to you and say, hey, we've got this new mattress, it's going to revolutionize people's lives, it's technologically advanced, it's not. It's just a mattress. But you believe it. For that 3 months, just believe it, believe the hype, and enjoy the project, and then move on to the next, you know? So that's our approach. But we're lucky to work with big clients as well. Apple, Nike are historically our biggest clients. So, but yeah, it's more fun for me, like the BBC One rebrand that you saw a tiny bit of there, that's fairly recent, but that kind of stuff is the ultimate challenge for me, because trying to do kind of cool, progressive stuff, but for the biggest platforms, is what I love personally. I love the idea that my grandma gets to see what I've done, rather than just my friends who are also designers. That's not interesting to me. So, yeah, super mainstream thing. Like the BBC thing, the brief is to basically not offend anyone, because it's like the oldest TV channel in the world, and British people complain. So the brief is basically to launch something that just kind of slots in, and it feels like it's been updated, but it just kind of enters subtly, and people get a bit angry for 2 weeks, and then they're like, fine, I guess it's okay. So it's stuff like that is where you're designing something to fit in, rather than to sort of blow people's minds on first view. And obviously we do both. There's super trend-based stuff that you know has got a 3-week shelf life, so you go hard on the trends, really hard. But when something like the BBC One rebrand or any TV network, it could be on for 10 years.
Oh, definitely.
So I love that challenge. The short form stuff is fun, but the mixture is what's fun. You know, where you've got, your brain has to sort of think about the long form, timeless stuff versus the short form, like, what are the trends right now?
Yeah.
Let's try and one up every trend.
It sounds like you have a really nice variety too, and especially on the BBC side. We had an episode earlier talking about the whole briefing process, and sometimes open-ended briefs can be very challenging. So how did that process work, and you know, working with BBC, for example, is such an important client?
BBC are challenging because of the publicly owned, so everyone has an opinion, literally, and yeah, they're just so afraid of offending people.
Of course, yeah.
So,
wide audience.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, BBC is a tricky one to get on the roster of, because you have to fill out so much paperwork to get on there. So we never really bothered in the early days. We used to rebrand all Channel 4's networks and ITV, a lot of American networks. We started out in TV rebrands. But our company was acquired in 2015 by WPP, or majority of it was. And the mission was to be acquired so that it became a long-term company. It wasn't based on the whim of myself or Tim, my partner, but keep our independent boutique feel. And that took a lot of negotiating in the acquisition phase, but it works and it's great. And we've been with them for 9 years now. But when we joined them, that's when the BBC thing happened, because they've got departments that fill out paperwork for us. So
that's great. You can focus on the creative part and working through that, and not so much of the
work.
administrative
The work. The business model is do good work, get good work.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
Absolutely. Well, it's really cool. I'm really honored that you put it on Adobe Live for the first time to showcase that reel. And any sneak peek for your talk coming later this week?
We've done all the stuff around OFF, the visual campaign, all these blobby things that you see around. We call them life forms, and we put 3 Fs in each word, so it's relevant to OFF.
Very cool.
And yeah, I'll be talking a little bit about those. They are made of feelings. It's us trying to visualize our feelings. So it's quite funny. A lot of the background on that is just comedy.
Comedy?
People trying to genuinely display their feelings, but it just comes out looking all goofy and stupid.
Yeah.
So we'll be talking about that and a few other projects, yeah.
Oh, cool.
if I make it that far. Saturday night, last talk.
You will. We've got this.
Yeah.
First day of energy. Right?
Yeah.
Well, it's a great way to kick it off. So thanks so much for joining us. I know that we have one portfolio review that we're going to take a look at. So we'd love your expertise and feedback. So I'm going to bring on Nacho Velasco to join us here.
Hi.
Nacho. How are you?
Nice
Thanks so much for joining us.
Hi. How are you? Good.
So Nacho, tell us a little bit about yourself and your area of focus.
Okay, so thank you for inviting me here. It's a pleasure. I'm a motion and 3D artist from Spain. I've been working in the industry for around 11 years now, I think. And the last 7 years, I've been working as freelance for different studios, agencies and direct clients. And if you want, I can show my demo reel, my last demo reel, if that works.
Sounds great. Okay. Let's dive in.
It's in my Vimeo or my website.
So as we're bringing that up, we have your Behance account on there too. So if people wanted to follow you on Behance.
Yeah, but I don't have the demo reel on Behance, so maybe.
We'll throw that in.
Or may I try my Vimeo?
There we go.
It might be faster.
There we go.
Yeah, this one.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
that's it.
Thank
you so much. Well, exit? Okay. So I used to work with different studios around the world, and I also work on my own projects with direct clients. So sometimes I direct my own projects, and sometimes I take part of a larger team. And I like making both things. I think it's refreshing. I like making everything from the scratch from myself, from the very early stages of a project until the final render. Even I don't like the final renders, it's the worst part for me.
Yeah, they look pretty good, man.
Yeah, sorry?
They look pretty good.
Thank you so much, thank you so much. And other times I work with a larger team. I love working with talented teams. I think it's one of the best parts of my job. So, yeah, I think that's all. I like when working with larger teams or studios. I like working on animation and lighting. I would say those are my favorite skills. Yeah, I think that would be all.
Yeah, I mean, the work's killer, man. I mean, it's a tricky thing to critique because it's great. You know, I mean, you're a high-level designer, and yeah, you can see the finishes there. And that's the standout thing for me is the finish. I mean, it's obviously a lot of nice ideas, nice content, but there's not that many people who get the finish, and it's hard. The last 5% is the hardest part of everything, and that's where my eye distinguishes, one person from the next. And obviously, the idea has to be there, but your work is right up my street because it's. I've never been into the sort of, when like 90s trends come in and it's kind of anti-design and things, and things are intentionally lo-fi. It doesn't get me excited, but your stuff is all like, very man vs. machine. And I know that our London office have been in touch with Nacho about working in the past, but he wasn't available, so.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, hopefully.
We're not good enough for him.
No, of course.
Maybe we'll have more collaborations after this.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find a way, yeah. But no, I mean, it's great work, so. I guess, I mean, if you've got any specific questions for me, or it's interesting that you do both, like your own projects. So how do you find that as a one-man team or running your own projects? Do you prefer that to jumping in and being part of a larger team? Or?
I prefer to, I don't prefer anything. I like switching between both parts of the work because I feel a lot of freedom when working on my own projects, and that's great. But I feel that I don't learn too much on the process because I stay on my comfort zone, maybe. I like to try new things, but it's not always possible. So that's why I want to work with more people just to learn, to take things from them.
Yeah, it's an interesting... The question of, like, should I have a style or a house style? It's always been an interesting one for us. And people ask us, what's your house style? And we're like, good. Hopefully. You know, we don't have a way of explaining it. Or if we do, it's this kind of dichotomy, as like Man vs. Machine. It's premium, playful. I think a lot of people think if they want something premium, they have to go to a super techie VFX house. If they want something playful, they go to someone more animation, playful driven. But we try and just find the middle somewhere. And it should always be both for us. And that's why if someone asks to describe our style, it's premium versus playful. But I mean, I think your style is right up there with our style. So.
Would you say there is a style on my work? Because it's hard for me to find the style.
No, I think it's quite... I mean, our industry is relatively niche as part of our corner of the whole creative industry. But no, I think there's a consistency there and a style in that you can see that you're very strong with a certain tool set. But no, I mean, I think your style is just like really strong current motion design, you know? And I guess a lot of the stuff is fairly trend-based with the techniques and the visuals. So, I mean, like I was saying earlier, to challenge yourself, it's trying to do that stuff where you try and create something that's like timeless. Like, how can I come up with a visual that is still going to look good in 12 years when I look back at it?
Well, those masterpieces for Nike Air Max were timeless.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what obviously that's not the primary objective, but it's a fun challenge to set yourself to be like, not only is this going to be super current the day it launches, but we want to craft it, 5% over what is the acceptable rate, so that when you look back on it, you're like, oh shit, that was good. It still holds up. And so we have that. That's our kind of internal challenge that we try and keep alive, to try and keep pushing ourselves is, can it be both timeless and trendy? So it's hard. It's really, really hard. But I mean, some of the stuff you've done is like the finish is there and the timing is there and the animation's great.
Thank you. Yeah, I like, regarding the timing, I like editing a lot.
Yeah,
I started editing like 15 years ago.
Yeah, I'm going to get you to cut our next reel. It was tighter than ours.
Sorry?
We should get you to cut our next show reel. Yours was tighter.
Your
edit.
Yeah. I really like it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
It's great.
So, and would you have any advice on how to improve my portfolio? Because I really appreciate that you say it's great, but there is always room to improve it.
I mean, it's that. I think you're at the point where it's kind of increments now. It's not like, hey, you can make it 50% better by doing this. It's you're really good, and it's I think the potential's there to go to the standout good. But I guess I don't know, to do that. It's that thing of like, can you come up with a visual that no one's ever seen before? Obviously, it's an ask, but I mean, for what we look for, if you're looking for in freelancers, it's exactly what you've got. It's someone. So I don't want to tell you to go away and just do experimental stuff that makes no sense, because I'm not interested in that personally. I want to see it applied, and that's the challenge: is applying experimental conceptual techniques and ideas to client work. That's the coolest thing for me. So, but you kind of already do that. So, I guess, I mean, I don't know. The pitch side of it is massive, and I guess you pitch your own work, or
yeah.
So, I mean, I've not seen your decks or anything, but I feel like we could look at later because I love the pitch process. It's my yeah. I mean, I wish we didn't pitch, but we do. Everyone does. So it's like there's no point pretending you don't. So, I became obsessed with the formula to win these things.
Yeah. The very early stages.
Yeah, I love it. I love the strategy behind, like, you find out who you're pitching against, and you like subtly position it, knowing that like they're probably going to come in here, so we'll sort of mention something that's slightly, you know, it's all tactics, and I love it. And obviously the ideas and the writing and how you present.
Yeah.
But yeah, a term I use regularly is sort of the best work and the best pitches. You know, it applies to the finished projects and the decks. Is like complex, not complicated. I think a lot of people think overly complicated things and lots of pages wins. You win a pitch in the first 3 pages of a deck. It's like, you know, when you walk into a house, if you're going to rent it or buy it, you know in 7 seconds apparently. And I think that's true with the first 3 pages of a deck. You've got to grab them, and then the rest are just backing up what the first 3 pages say. So I'd love to see your pitch process, and because I'm really curious about that, because we honed the life out of that at Man vs. Machine. So.
Okay, I don't have anyone online, but we can...
By all means.
Of course.
I feel like that's a great next step, just like the pitch process, since it's already there. It was really amazing to see, so thank you so much for sharing that with us, and we'll be sure to share it on Adobe as well.
Thank you.
But we are officially at time, so thank you so much, Mike. Thank you, Nacho, for joining us today. And this is our last episode today from OFF in Barcelona. We're going to be handing it off to our US colleagues in the San Francisco studio, so be sure to stay tuned if you want to check out some of the content from our US-based artists and creatives. But we will be back tomorrow, so be sure to check us out on Adobe Live, Creative Cloud, YouTube, and Behance channels. And of course, we're on Instagram at Adobe Live community, so be sure to check us out there. Have a great afternoon, everyone, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.